Good morning. It is July 17th, 2026 at 9 a.m. I am calling our Speech Language Pathology and Audiology and Hearing Aid Dispensers Board meeting to order at this time. I'd like to start with agenda item 1 with regards to roll call and establishment of a quorum. I'll start with myself, Board Chair Gilda Dominguez. I am located at the Galeras Family Education Center at 427 West Carroll Avenue, Room 2, Glendora, California, 91741. And I do have 2 members of the board present with me, and there is no one from the public present at this time. Dr. Amy White.
Good morning. I am here at the board office in Sacramento at 1601 Response Road, Suite 260. I'm here with other board members as well as members of board staff. No
Thank
members
you.
of the public are present.
Thank you. Mr. Todd Borges.
Good morning, Todd Borges. I'm also at the 1601 Response Road address.
Thank you. Dr. Tamara Chambers.
Hi, good morning. I'm here also at the Galeras Family Education Center here in Glendora.
Miss Maya Chupkov.
Good morning. Maya Chupkov here in San Francisco at 505 Van Ness Avenue in the Golden Gate Conference Room. And it's just me here.
All right, thank you. Mr. Francis David.
Hi, good morning. Francis David, here at the Galeras Educational Foundation in Glendora.
Thank you. And Dr. Charles Sanders.
I'm here at the board office on Response Road.
Thank you. At the Sacramento location, would you please, board office staff, will you announce who is present there as well?
Shelley Ganaway, Board Counsel. Sharice Burns, Executive Officer.
Michael Mudat, Assistant Executive Officer.
Maria Lorenzo, Ledge Analyst. Can you hear us all well?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. And we do have a quorum. I'd like to move to agenda item 2, swearing in of new board member and appointment to board committees for Ms. Chupkov. So even though we can't see you, we're not in person, Ms. Chupkov, I would like to read the oath of office with you to welcome you to the board. I'd like to ask if you have your law book, if you can place your hand on the board's law book and repeat the oath after me. Okay. All right. I state your name.
I, Maya Chupkov,
Do solemnly swear or affirm
do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to
to the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution to the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
about which I'm upon to enter.
Thank you. Welcome to the board and looking forward to working with you in this capacity.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to appoint Ms. Maya Chupkov to the following committees. Ms. Chupkov will be appointed to the practice committees for speech language pathology, practice, the audiology and hearing aid dispensing committee, and the legislative and regulatory ad hoc committee. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any comments from board members. I'd like to now ask the moderator to open public comment on WebEx.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed and we will give you a moment. We do have a raised hand from Alexander Hobby. Just as a reminder, when you are unmuted, please give a few seconds for the audio to connect so that your beginning statements are not cut off. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. I wanted to make a public comment in respect to public comment for items not on the agenda. I apologize if we're not at that part yet. I thought we were.
We are not yet at that agenda item. Did you have a comment with regards to agenda item 2 regarding swearing in new board member and appointment to board committees for Ms. Chupkov?
No, I did not. I apologize.
Okay, we will take your comment at the next agenda item.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any comments from the public at the Sacramento location? Are there any public members present?
There are no members of the public at the Sacramento location.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public for comment at the San Francisco location?
No, there are no members of the public at the San Francisco location.
Okay, thank you. And there are no members of the public for comment here at the Glendora location. Thank you. Well, again, welcome to the board. I'd like to now move on to agenda item 3 for public comment for items not on the agenda. We may discuss or take any action on any item raised during this public comment, or may not discuss or take any action on any item raised during this public comment section, but feel free to provide public comment. So I'd now like to ask if there are any public comment on WebEx. So moderator, would you please open public comment at this time?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed and we will give you a moment. And we do have 2 hands raised. First one is going to be Alexander Hobby. You will be seeing an unmute request on your screen. Please click on the request to make your comment. Thank you.
Good morning, board members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alexander Hobby. I am here to urge the board to address a critical systemic gap regarding how auditory processing deficits are handled within California public schools, an issue I personally suffer from. As a student in California public schools, I was in speech therapy and my underlying reason was having an auditory processing delay. However, I was never referred to an audiologist for a formal diagnosis or clinical treatment. Because I graduated high school with no official medical diagnosis from a licensed audiologist, I was left entirely on my own as an adult. This lack of clinical diagnosis caused me severe emotional and financial hardship. Without proper documentation, I struggled to secure necessary accommodations in higher education. It nearly cost me my career. I almost failed out of dental school because of my underlying central auditory processing disorder, which was completely unaddressed and unrecognized. School psychologists and school SLPs do not have the equipment or scope of practice to diagnose and treat central auditory processing disorder. To prevent future students from facing the adult hardships, emotional toll, and academic crises I went through, we need systemic change to integrate and fund more educational audiologists directly within California school districts. I request that the board place this topic on a future agenda or establish a joint task force with the California Department of Education to ensure school children have a legal medical pathway to licensed audiologists. Thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you, moderator. Are there any other hands raised for public comment?
Yes, we have Sunny Kim. Sunny, you will be receiving an unmute request on your screen. Please click on the request to make your comment. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Sunny Kim, and I am the Interim Associate Dean for UC Santa Barbara Professional and Continuing Education Department. Today, I would like to make a proposal for the board members to consider UCSB PACE's department to offer a SLIPA certificate program. Because I understand that the current SLIPA programs are currently offered primarily by community colleges or universities that have that offer a bachelor's degree. While our program, we do not offer a bachelor's degree or an AA, we do work collaboratively, and all of our courses need to get approval from the Gurvitz Graduate School of Education, where once upon a time we used to offer a master's in SLP, like I believe in the 80s. And so we would like the board to consider our program for being able to offer a SLIPA program. We have other industries such as applied behavior analysis and child life, where we offer a very successful post-baccalaureate coursework opportunities for students in those respective fields. And we have a very successful track record of having a very rigorous, high standard, high quality program for the respective programs. Additionally, as we are part of the UC Santa Barbara University, our program, our department is also cost accredited, and we are confident that we would be able to offer a very much needed program to professionals within the state of California. And I think that was my, I have shared the proposal with Lisa from, I believe, the board. And so she has a proposal. I'm not sure if the board member has had an opportunity to review that proposal, as well as I've shared a very general draft outline of what type of program we would be able to offer if we were to move forward with this proposal. Specifically, if we were approved as a provider, coursework provider, we would be offering a 2-year program, which also requires internship fieldwork experience for the SLIPA candidates through our program. So thank you very much for the consideration.
Thank you for the public comment. Moderator, do we have any other hands raised for public comment before we close?
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Moderator, during the request for public comment, would you also include the request at the specific locations as well? Are there any members of the public at the Sacramento location?
No, they're not.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public for public comment at the San Francisco location?
No.
Thank you. And there are no members of the public for public comment at the Glendora location. Okay. At this time, 9:15 a.m., we will recess to committee meetings at this time, and then we will reconvene to take up board business upon adjournment of the Speech Language Pathology Practice Committee. Thank you. I will now recess to committee meeting business. Thank you.
Okay, the time is 9:16. Call to order the Hearing Aid Dispensers Committee meeting. First item is establishment of quorum. So we'll call the roll and ask each member to state their name, location, and address. And if there's anyone from the board of the public at that location, starting with myself, Todd Borges, committee chair. I am at the 1601 Response Road address, suite 260. There are no members of the public here. There are a number of members of the board here. Dr. Sanders,
Here, at the Response Road location, board office.
Dr. Chambers,
Hi, present. I'm here at the Galeras Family Education Center at 427 West Carroll Avenue, Room 2, Glendora, California.
and Dr. White.
I am here at the Response Road location in Sacramento.
Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item number 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have any web attendees that would like to make a comment, or anyone in the various locations?
There are no members of the public present at the Galeras Family Education Center.
Moderator, would you open for public comment, please, on WebEx?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 3, discussion on the creation of educational materials to increase consumer awareness of over-the-counter hearing aids as part of the board's 2025-2028 strategic plan. Mr. Magat, if you would present the agenda item.
The United States Food and Drug Administration issued the final rule, medical devices, ear, nose, and throat devices establishing over-the-counter hearing aids to establish OTC hearing aids, which became effective on October 17, 2022. These federal regulations govern the sale of OTC hearing aids in all states and territories in the United States, including California. The regulation clarified that individuals who sell only OTC hearing aids, including those sold online, do not need to be licensed with the board. The final ruling made several regulatory changes affecting the broader hearing aid marketplace, including allowing adults 18 years and older with perceived mild to moderate hearing impairment to purchase OTC hearing aid without the involvement of a hearing healthcare professional, repealing the formal conditions for sale under Title 21 Code of Federal Regulations, Sections 801-421, defining non-OTC hearing aids as prescription devices regulated under 21 CFR Section 801.109 rather than as restrictive devices, and updated labeling and related requirements for prescription hearing aids under the new 21 CFR Section 801.422. Importantly, the FDA's final ruling did not change state laws and regulations regarding non-OTC hearing aids, nor did it change state laws that require a licensed hearing aid dispenser or dispensing audiologist to fit and sell non-OTC hearing aids. In January of 2022, the board highlighted that the final ruling also clarified the following. The ruling did not exempt a licensed hearing aid dispenser or dispensing audiologist from being subject to the requirements of the Practice Act, even if the licensee undertakes commercial or professional activities only in relation to OTC hearing aids. The ruling did not remove, modify, or otherwise affect the ability of any person to exercise a private right of action under the state or federal product liability, tort, warranty, contract, or consumer protection law. As OTC hearing aids devices become more widely available, clear and accurate public education is essential to help consumers understand what OTC hearing aid options may be appropriate, when the professional care may be needed, and how to address return and warranty issues related to OTC hearing aids, and how the FDA regulatory changes affect access to both OTC and prescription hearing aids. In May of 2023, the FDA created an OTC hearing aids What You Should Know webpage that covers what OTC hearing aids are, what you should know before and after buying an OTC hearing aid, and links to additional resources. So discussion questions. 1. Does the committee recommend the board create a webpage similar to the FDA's OTC hearing aids, What You Should Know, that provides California-specific consumer information on OTC hearing aids and consumer remedies available to consumers of OTC hearing aids? 2. Does the committee recommend the board create additional consumer information web pages on OTC and non-OTC hearing aids similar to the FDA's website? 3. Does the committee recommend the board try to get Attorney General's office to publish an updated consumer alert on OTC hearing aids? 4. Does the committee recommend the board make a separate booklet similar to the hearing loss and hearing aids for adults, specifically for OTC hearing aids? Alternatively, would the committee recommend updating and incorporating information on OTC hearing aids into the current booklet? 5. Does the committee recommend the board update the mail order internet hearing aids webpage? 6. Are there other consumer education materials the committee would want the board to research and develop? And 7, are there licensee education materials the committee would want the board to research and develop? Board staff recommend the committee review the materials provided and discuss the above questions to determine what types of educational materials the committee recommends the board create to increase consumer awareness of OTC hearing aids as part of the board's 2025-28 strategic plan.
Thank you. Okay, so let's take them one at a time, though I think 1 and 2 are kind of asking the same thing
Similar.
in essence, because they're talking about adding to our website. So I guess the primary question is, are there things in California that are unique to California for OTCs outside of the federal government? Because if there are, then yeah, clearly we need to have that on our own webpage. If there aren't, then I don't see why we would just provide a link to the federal page.
And this is where I'm going to say the lack of the preemption of
Right.
certain issues under the Practice Act, but also the
Right.
product liability, tort warranty, contract, and consumer protection laws. Those will all be different. So those would still apply. We would still want to link them to the appropriate California statutes on that, and then also where to go. And I think that has become the question is what warranty laws are in effect? What do they need to do? And then also who do they complain to if there is an issue? Like, do you need to go to the FDA? Do you need to go file a civil lawsuit? Do you need to go to the Attorney General's office to file a complaint? Because we're not sure where to go and where to send people. And then we could kind of detail all of that. But again, this would be, that's why there's 2 separate questions. You know, is there should we be developing a lot more information on our website, which I hesitate, of course, can't provide too much legal information or anything, but, what do consumers need to know about prescription hearing aids? What do they need to know about over-the-counter hearing aids? What's separate about California? The general stuff, of course, we can link them to the FDA, but.
Right. I mean, it seems like the California specific is a much smaller amount of information that we need to have there as opposed to recreating the entire.
It could be. The only question being,
piece.
of course,
Right.
as you Google things or as you research things or as people AI things now, I guess, is it easiest to have everything in one location for consumers? So you just pull it up. It also dovetails into other questions, right? If we make printed materials, and I know this is old school, but your binder came with the hearing loss and hearing aids for adults. If we start modernizing and maybe making little slips that have a QR code, do you want the QR code to take them to a page that has all the information on over-the-counter hearing aids, or just the California stuff, and then you have to link, click to get the information and the basics on over-the-counter hearing aids? So I want us to kind of think through all these things as we think about what do we want to create, and then also, is there potential that eventually we want to require something? Currently, if you are a psychologist or a mental health provider, you have to have physical or psychological therapy. Never includes sex. It's a pamphlet, it's a material, it's also online, but you have to have it available. Because again, we're trying to tell people about things, right? Their rights. Theirs is about therapy, never includes sex.
Right.
But again, ours could be on what are your rights with over-the-counter hearing aids, or what are your rights with hearing aids in general, right? And it's a little tiny bookmark size slip that has a QR code that we can ship out to everybody's offices, or people can download, or there's a variety of different ways we can do this. But of course, starting with what information do we need to have? Do we want it all on one page? Do we want 2 different pages? That kind of getting us started in that direction about what all you want us to develop. And then of course, staff can work on creating all this and then bringing it to you guys for review and revision at future meetings where we actually would take the action.
Do over-the-counter hearing aids follow the same rules as television? So where do I go with my televisions? Except I'm a consumer, it's my responsibility to figure it out.
It's
If I'm
usually
gotta go to the store and complain there, and then I complain about the store that sold it to me.
that there is the difficulty, right?
So if it's the same rules, as television, 30 days to return and get the money back.
And where do they go? The other problem being a lot of these folks are selling them online. So they
But
really,
it's out of state.
well, some of them are in state,
Right.
but they also don't know where to go. Where do they complain? Where do they go back with the warranty? Do they have to go to the manufacturer? How do you get a hold of
Right,
them?
and it's because the purpose being, you don't want all those people then coming to you because you don't.
I can't help
control
that. I
that.
have to say you.
So you have to go to.
On Amazon, where do I go?
But again, like, we're the board that does hearing aids, so
Right.
aren't we the first place most people might look?
Right.
Yeah, and they will come to us asking these questions. Like I get them all the time, and we also have to note that we're also talking probably about like vulnerable populations, so they're elderly, so they might not be able to know the information or find out themselves, and so oftentimes the boards ask like, well, what do I do? And usually we just defer them to the law or seeking legal assistance from the legal counsel.
Which is honestly why if we're going to do something on the webpage, I'd rather it be one complete thing on the webpage as opposed to going down QR rabbit holes. This QR goes to this, now this QR goes to that, now this QR goes to this. You know, I mean, if we're gonna do something like that, and I don't think it has to be extensive, because I think overall, a link to the FDA site covers a lot of those issues. And then, you know, whatever happens to be California specific, you know, we can add that in, whether that's as simple as a couple of paragraphs, or does it end up being 3 pages and then we have to look at it again to see about editing it down.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have any interest in the board staff spending time like recreating what already exists in the FDA, like reading that. It's pretty comprehensive. It explains a lot of things. I don't think we need to recreate it. But I do think, as you said, it's important to have anything related specific to California. And then I think the most helpful piece is, where do you go? Now what's next? As you've said. So that's, I think, what I would spend the time focusing on. I think it's okay to have just a link to the FDA site for the general stuff rather than recreating. I agree. I don't think we should have link after link after link after link, but
That's the only hesitation I have.
Yeah.
We end up giving them a web page and it's just a bunch of links.
right.
Right.
Where the poor person is like, I came here to read this, like, that was
Yeah.
the first link I got to, and it's just a bunch of other links. So that's, I'm trying to marry all of our things together, you know, the user friendliness, the ease of access. Are
Well-
these older people that are gonna, I mean, if they're using their phone, they're gonna go to a website, and then do I have to keep going and going and clicking, and then they don't know how many tabs are open on the thing, and
Right.
where did that other one go? I still can't find it, you know, so I'm trying to meet it in the
I mean,
middle.
I
somewhere.
see two links, one to the FDA and a link to California specific, right?
Well, or
I
the
mean,
page has all the California specific.
And then at
And
the
then
bottom or the top, you have the link to the FDA.
Right.
Either, and depending on how much it is, you know, I mean, yeah, I think that it's fairly straightforward.
And I think on our website, maybe because of what you're sharing about so many people reaching out and asking for help and what to do, maybe that ought to be really the focus of,
This is where you go.
Yeah, where do you call? What do you do?
that's right. And those
Right.
types of instructions, like very clear. And then, for other general information about OTC hearing devices, you can go to the FDA.
Yeah,
Mhm.
mostly it needs to be a finger pointing the right direction,
Finger pointer.
right?
That's acceptable too.
And then one QR code on your pamphlet then does it too, because then you don't have to keep printing out. If you change something,
It would,
goes to the website.
yeah.
Done.
Well, and then
The
that,
website can be
that
updated.
begs the question of like, maybe we should be updating a whole lot more stuff.
Well, that's on the list too, right?
Yeah.
Things to go over,
That's
so that's
exact.
coming up. Okay. Okay, so we're in agreement then, what we're kind of looking at potentially going forward. And then could we have something kind of like a rough for the next, committee meeting? Well.
The next time we can
the
get
next is-
together.
I was gonna say, the next it's available, we can do that. Okay, and is there a moderator, could you open up, for a public comment on those two items?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on these items, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio only participant, you may press *3 on your device. I don't see any comments on WebEx. Do we have any public comment from Sacramento office?
No.
Thank you. Do we have public comment at Glendora?
No.
Thank you. Do we have comment in San Francisco office?
No.
Thank you. It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Discussion item number 3, does the committee recommend the board try to get the Attorney General's office to publish an updated consumer alert on OTC hearing aids? Is there anything further we need to add to his previous alert? Unless we wanted to add something about, you know, where to go if you have trouble.
I think that's where this was done prior to the FDA actually issuing their regulations. So
Right.
now an update of, now where do you go,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, that's the only thing I can,
I think there.
I mean, I don't think we wanted to get where he actually talks about the thing, unless we want him to talk about the things in California that are different that we're gonna have on the webpage. But I think just, if nothing else, just directing people, I think it would be appropriate for them to direct people where to go if they have issues.
And then-
Maria?
On page 3 and 3, it does says that if you purchase an OTC hearing aid from business that misrepresented, that you can file a complaint.
Right, but is that still correct and accurate?
Yeah, I think most customer issues, complaints go to the AG,
Okay,
if they're not handled with the actual business.
okay. I wasn't sure if that was still correct.
Yeah, they take.
Now
care.
that it's live, if it went to someone else to handle those complaints, DC or something.
If so, we want it rerouted, but yeah.
Okay. Anyone have any other comments on updating the letter?
I don't feel strongly about it one way or the other.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's great what he did do.
Yeah.
When what's there, and the only thing I just wouldn't want it to come out with less information or in a weaker stance. It's pretty clear the way it's written.
Yeah.
But if we feel like because it was back in 2021 and now people are gonna look and be like, oh, well, things are probably different. And this is old. We should have an updated version and it might be worth doing.
Or even if they're also willing to like point them to the warranty sections that they need to go to.
Yeah.
Right? Where do those laws reside?
Right.
So,
That,
because at that time, we weren't sure what the final language would be,
Right.
though. Now that we are.
okay. And then item number 4, does the committee recommend the board make a separate booklet similar to the hearing loss and hearing aids for adults, specifically for OTC hearing aids? Alternatively, would the committee recommend updating and incorporating information on OTC hearing aids in the current booklet? Well, you do have something on OTC hearing aids in the current booklet.
It was before the.
No, it's past tense now. It should be present tense. But it says which will be made available to the public, which is available.
Where do these live?
It's a PDF on our website, but we also have a whole stack of them in the office. And they're created by Department of Consumer Affairs for publication.
So I mean, do we take them, like, do we go out and do health fair? I mean,
When we take them to any outreach event, which
Okay.
most have been remote since the pandemic, we don't take them anywhere, but we take them to board meetings. We would take them to any outreach event. You could also, there's, I know because of the sex, professional therapy never includes sex. You also can buy stacks of things from DCA and that way offices can have them. Again, this also is somewhat of an old school method, right? It's a handout and it's a pamphlet rather than a flyer with a QR code.
Right.
And so that's where I hesitate. Should we invest a bunch of time and money into creating a new booklet? Yes,
That
maybe.
you're not
But
using.
it's still a good outreach tool. I don't know that many people are using it or ordering it. Again, it's from 2018.
Right.
But that begs the next question. So
Is there a way to find out how many people use it?
I think call DCA. I'm gonna guess it's 0 though. I don't get any requests
No one
for
can.
them. No. But again, helpful information. And again, you can also go online and get it. So how many people access the PDF online? I don't know. Could be a lot, but it also could not be
Okay.
very many.
There are a couple things I think we need to update it, but before that, do we want to change anything on the OTC or have I don't think we need its own booklet for the OTC. I think this describes it perfectly fine, personally, other than the fact that it needs to be in present tense now instead of future tense.
And it could include, again, where to go.
Mhm.
You're having troubles. And that might be another way to point people to the correct place.
Yeah.
I agree. I don't think it needs to be a separate booklet. I think we should update the electronic version for sure.
Right.
I'm not sure I would think it's a good use of funds to continue to produce this physical copy if nobody's requesting it, if it's just sitting in a box, because we'll go through all this effort of updating it and pay to do so, and then we'll be in the same boat in a few years with a bunch sitting in a box that haven't been used.
And are now out of date and are basically garbage.
So it's much easier to keep an electronic version up to date.
Yeah.
Way less costly.
Yep,
And so
I
I
would
think
agree
your
with that.
idea, if we want to have something physical, that it really ought to be just a single sheet with the link or QR code or both, a web address, whatever. That could be used as, handouts when you,
And can be used for
Go out.
design in a way that's used forever.
right?
That could be updated more easily. Is that, for example, so we have FM systems in here, which is fine if we want to keep it, even though I don't know the last time there's been an FM system anywhere. But there's nothing on induction loop, which is actually older technology than FM systems, but is more popular in churches and such. And we also should update it with Auracast.
Yeah, we use FM systems all the time.
Well, I'm sure they're out there, but I know that
In pediatrics. we use
yeah,
them
well,
constantly too,
yeah,
right?
I'm adults, and adults typically, we talk about churches and places, and they usually use induction loop because it's cheaper.
Yeah.
So, and now Auracast is a whole other thing.
Yeah.
So we should put in the induction system in this because that's fairly widespread somewhat. And the Auracast as well. So,
Yeah, I mean, I don't think today we need to go through every single
no, that's,
area and
those
category
are
that
the
we
two
need
things that
updated.
stood out to me as I reviewed it, was the lack of those two,
Yeah.
those two items.
Yeah.
And we just change it to present tense from future tense for the OTC.
Induction, aren't you talking about T-coils?
Well, I mean, they talk about T coils, but the loop is, you know, the actual thing with the copper
Talks about
coil.
it.
Yeah, but I think it should be separate than just talking about a T coil, because there's
We'll
T
put this all
coil.
into a
T
Word
coil
doc.
is one thing. People can have T coil, not necessarily induction.
On the digital and programmable hearings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way,
There's
But
plenty
yeah.
to update it,
Yes.
is my guess.
we should go
Since
through
it
and
was last
update it.
updated.
Yes, the 18th.
Yeah.
Right. So-
And I like the idea of just having a electronic, I mean, that's the way everything's going nowadays, is electronic copies, not physical.
How do you feel about that, Dr. Chambers, about moving away from the physical copy and just having a digital version? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. It seems like the technology moves so quickly with this, and so it seems like by the time you get something printed, it's going to be out of date already. So I think keeping something that you can refresh regularly would behoove us. Also, the cost that you mentioned. So I agree with the conversation. I think that probably having something printed is not the best way to go, but keeping something updated and going through some of the previously established paperwork that was online, electronic version, probably the best way to go.
I would also venture to say somehow we need a reminder, that this committee ought to take a look at the material every however many years, 2 years, 3 years, like decide on an interval that this committee is tasked with on a recurring basis.
I didn't even know this thing existed.
I didn't realize it, and I
Yeah,
haven't
yes.
looked at the electronic one in a long
Yeah.
time, so that's not a good look, to be having really outdated materials, so.
We can absolutely update it and then also recommend and set up a schedule.
Perfect. Thank you.
Before we move forward, I'd like to have the moderator open for comment on items 3 and 4.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed and we will give you a moment. There are no WebEx public comments. Are there any comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public at the Sacramento office.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public here in the Glendora office.
Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office? Or sorry, San Francisco office?
There are no members of the public at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. So moving on to agenda item number 5. Does the committee recommend the board update the mail order internet hearing aids webpage?
Yes.
Yes. That would be 3 yeses from the judges.
Do we also want to keep it separate, or should it be part of integrated with all of these other hearing aids? Kind of where they're all under different links, similar. Because right now it's on a separate page, I noticed.
I think it should be with the materials on OTC and anything else
Yeah,
integrated.
it's all kind of interrelated somewhat, especially OTC and internet hearing aids. My first question that jumped out is the refund to the seller within 30 days. Is that because it's a mail order thing at 30 days, not 45?
Yeah, I think it might, we would have to look into that actually.
Okay, and I was curious if that's, well, if it's a mail order, or internet, then they don't get the same 45-day protection afforded someone who purchases it from an office.
Probably because it's an out-of-state transaction.
Okay, well,
I think
theoretically an out-of-state transaction, right? What if it's an internet transaction and they're in-state?
Yeah, you're right. We did come across the in-state,
Right.
as possible.
But then the over-the-counter thing from the Attorney General could say it's 45 days.
But that's
over-the-counter
over the
purchase
counter, purchase in
state,
California.
or it doesn't-
I think there are a whole lot of
Doesn't
clarifications we
state
need to
that.
pin down
Yeah,
and parse out and just kind of clearly delineate what applies to which and when.
Right.
Television is 30 days.
yes, that's.
Right, but this is a hearing aid.
You don't know counter.
No, this has to do with, this says internet hearing aids. It doesn't say OTC.
Yeah, we did.
So
Yeah,
then,
so it would have been the prescription hearing aids.
right.
Is what it's referring to.
And so then that is,
That's not
that
what-
clarification, would be.
Why and why it's, I don't know.
Right, because I read it
Hearing aid.
and I see internet hearing aids and I think hearing aids, I don't think OTC. But
Well, and unfortunately,
doesn't mean the
consumers
average
aren't even
person
gonna know.
exactly,
Most of them probably are OTC.
right, so, okay.
Yeah,
That's,
I mean, that's what we're finding out is actually, how they're selling it online is you kind of have to dig through to see that it's OTC and it's like in fine language or like click like 5 times to get into the actual product to see that it's OTC.
There are others that aren't.
Yeah.
You
There
know,
are some that are clearly marked and there are others where you have to get into the FAQs to figure out that it's an over-the-counter hearing aid versus a
Right.
prescription.
and there are like now the Audiology dispenser, and they do have supposedly licensed individuals, people licensed in multiple states that are providing prescription,
Right.
access to prescription devices by shipping you the thing and then getting online with you.
there's that.
Mhm.
Um,
So we would need to, I think the important thing would be to have like the OTC category clearly identified. And then when we're going into mail order and internet, again, to try and distinguish between OTC versus prescription devices that are sold through those different methods and what the different criteria are or expectations are.
Mhm.
It gets muddy. That one's tough very quickly. The challenge. Good luck. No.
have fun with that.
That'll be a rough one.
Okay, and then should we add something, when we look about potential risks, do we want to add something about the need to have a current hearing test to ensure the device is programmed to their specific hearing loss, their current hearing loss? Because we don't really talk about, I mean, it does say, talks about, follow-up evaluation is important and you should go to see someone for follow-up care, but it doesn't really talk about getting your hearing that I saw. I could have missed it, but I didn't see anything where it said specifically, get your hearing tested before you get devices.
Yeah, that's how, maybe looking at the FDA kind of like disclaimers and maybe popping them on the website so it's already there. Cause yeah, I don't see that either, but that's generally the first thing is like get tested, to
Okay.
make sure,
Right.
you're hearing
Not
loss
just to your left.
before buying, right, before buying it.
It does say the law requires that prior to purchasing it, you must provide a statement signed by a physician, audiologist, or dispenser that verifies direct examination of your ear.
And again, we're talking about prescription
Yes.
devices.
Very
So
different.
again,
Yeah.
it's gonna be important to distinguish, and then what applies and what doesn't apply for OTC prescription.
Right.
So,
Right, because it talks about the law states when hearing aids are purchased mail or internet, there must be no fitting, selection, or adaptation of the
That's
internet.
correct.
And that is not.
There are some people that do not understand our laws and regulations
Right.
about if you sell them online, you don't get to fit and program them afterwards. And we do occasionally get complaints and have to clarify that to the licensed person on the other end.
And I like the idea of actually saying hearing test, because to me, examination can be parsed one way or the other by someone. That means they just looked in my ear and said my ear was fine.
Mhm.
So, because I went to my doctor and my doctor just looked at my ear and said, yeah, you're okay. And so then they had their examination and then got the hearing devices. Dr. Chambers, anything you'd like to weigh in on that?
It's interesting. I'm just thinking about this conversation versus someone who's buying like over-the-counter readers, let's say just for glasses, and just kind of thinking about, I mean, certainly you want to protect someone's hearing and that they don't get something that's totally going to amplify, or, if they have something underlying, I would love for them to be able to have some evaluation, but at the same time, how much of that limits the ability to purchase over-the-counter hearing aids, generally to the consumer. So I was just trying to think about kind of the differences and the parallels between the two, because I don't know that those kinds of regulations and standards are placed on someone who just buys some over-the-counter eyeglasses.
Well, in this case, we're actually talking about prescription hearing aids that are ordered online, not OTC.
Oh, okay. Then sure.
But I would
Yes.
say it's hard because we need to start delineating. a
Right,
lot.
exactly, being very
When are we
specific.
talking about which, and honestly, that for the average consumer, they probably should know, even if you want to get an over-the-counter hearing aid, you probably still should get your ears checked. I mean, again, it could be wax, it could be a buildup of cerumen, and you don't have a hearing problem, you have a cerumen problem, right? So having someone look in your ear and getting a hearing test is important. A lot of these over-the-counters have a simple computerized hearing test on the computer that they're doing themselves, right?
Mhm.
Should we have any disclaimers about the quality of hearing tests not performed by a licensed person or something like that, so that consumers really understand what they're getting?
I don't know if I would necessarily want to warn them off, yeah, because then that's kind of, as opposed to just saying it's to your benefit to be tested by a licensed professional to make sure the test is accurate.
Wax is a great example, if you're taking your test through your AirPods, you don't know if you have an ear full of wax or not. And
Yeah.
the result is going to indicate a loss, but it could not, it might just be that you have wax.
Yeah.
And also the disclaimer of if you've had a sudden hearing loss in the last 72 hours, that is a different thing.
Yeah.
Go seek the advice of a medical professional.
Yep.
Immediately.
So we should have.
And
sudden hearing
that should be on that as
Sudden loss
well.
would
Yeah.
be a good one to pull out. for
Yeah.
sure.
Good call out. Okay, let's go ahead and before we move on to 6 and 7, let's open up, moderator, if we could open up for public comment for agenda item number 5.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on item 5, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio only participant, you may press *3 on your device. There are no WebEx comments. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
No.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
No.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
No.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Item number 6, are there any other consumer education materials the committee would want the board to research and develop? And are there any, item 7, we'll loop that in together. Are there licensed education materials the committee would want the board to research and develop? Licensee, I'm sorry, thank you. I missed the other E.
I bring this up separately because I think there is a general lack of knowledge of the board's requirements of licensees when it comes to hearing aids
100%.
and sales, and having maybe a single page of you're a licensed hearing aid dispenser, dispensing audiologist, here are some of the basics.
If you're talking about in relation to OTC or in general.
Or
In general and in relation to OTC, because I think some people are under the false impression that if I'm a hearing aid dispenser and I'm selling over-the-counter hearing aids, it doesn't matter, it can never affect my license. And I think that is a wrong impression, and that we would want to make sure, like, you understand, like, you're still under the Board's Practice Act. You don't have all the same requirements, but you're still a licensed professional who has to uphold the standards of care. So I think that's kind of where we'd want to, on both ends.
So then let's back up then and let's do 6 first, since it sounds like we have plenty to talk about for 7. Consumer education materials that we would want the board to research and develop. Or did you have a idea in mind when that was put on, or you just throwing it out there?
Just checking in. You know, because we're not out in the field. Are there things you're seeing that would be more helpful, that we don't currently develop, or, you know, just make some flyers with QR codes and update website and you were good to go?
I think of the things that we've talked about so far today.
Covers that.
Covers anything I would
Yeah.
be asking for.
Yeah. I mean, I think we are, in essence, we are creating more consumer education materials because we're going to be adding into what we've already talked about.
Sure.
Dr. Chambers, is there anything you think we should add to consumer education materials?
No, I agree. I think we've discussed several options already.
Okay. And going now back to 7. So essentially we're looking at maybe like rules and regs, kind of an overview of.
Maybe even kind of like the FAQ of a newly licensed
Right.
individual. What do you need to know on top of, you know, hey, when the board contacts you and you're under investigation, you have a certain number of days to respond to the board. These are the warranty laws in case you missed it, you know.
Your CEU.
I was just gonna
you have to-
say the CEUs and how many you need and how many have to be.
When are they based on?
Yeah.
Conducted 23, 11 performance reviews on people that are licensed in California that do not sell hearing aids, but they are just licensed as a dispensing audiologist, and their hours are not matching up because they're working at the VA, but that's not where you still do licenses here, so you're not completing all your things, so you need to do both. You can't just do hearing aids only, and you can't just do audiology only, you gotta do both. And the difference between audiology online, going to a convention, having those delineations clearly stated is nice.
I feel like there's a good chunk of information that people just really aren't, you know, they're not buying the law book. They're not looking at our laws and regulations.
Right.
So in my head, it's kind of like the what do you need to know when you first get licensed kind of question, maybe, is what we need.
And probably would cover a lot of what we tend to present at our state association meetings when we present on board's behalf. It was a lot of highlights. But I think if we can easily get too far in the weeds, because then, you know, one question leads to another, to another, to another. So I think keeping it very simple, we don't want it to get too long. And perhaps, I think it would be worthwhile, as you first were talking about, mentioning like FAQs related to dispensing OTC devices, you know, and what considerations you still have to think about as a licensed.
Yeah. What their liability still is and what they have to follow.
Correct. Rather than kind of looping all of that in with CEUs and, you know, all the other things, it might make more sense to separate them.
I guess if you can think about it in one way is, okay, how are people getting themselves into trouble? Right? And then you work back from there to what do we want to have on this fact sheet or brochure or what have you. And that those would be the main points, right? Whether it's maintaining your CEUs properly is a biggie, as we see from the audits you guys are doing. You know, so understanding understanding their responsibility if they're selling OTC, you know, that they're still, what they're still liable for, you know, that essentially whatever's going to keep them from being dragged in front of a disciplinary, you know, tribunal. But yeah, I mean, but you're right. I think we need to decide to keep it to X number, because we could go on
Probably by topic.
paragraphs and paragraphs, you know, topic and topic, because you're right. It just, that one leads to the other,
My hope would be this is like
Yeah.
2-pager math.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, top 10, top 15, what, you know, something, but yeah, just those primary ones that are the biggest pain points. So they can't say, I didn't know that it's
Like
there.
categories.
I mean, they should say that anyway, but just so that it's there and it's nice. And
And
'cause I can see companies then taking that material and actually making that a part of their, you know, their training, and okay, these are your rules, make sure, kind of a thing. So, yeah.
I get it all the time. You have a certain number of days after you get arrested. You're supposed to notify the board. People run right across that all the time, not even thinking about it. I get it, it's a hectic time, but you have a responsibility. You're a licensee. And most people step right past that, violate that rule right off the get-go. So
So maybe what we do then is maybe put together, let's just say 10 items, and we can look at it, and then we can decide, okay, is that enough? Do we want to add something more? Do we maybe want to take something away? Is this, but I think that's a
shoot for
good,
10.
yeah, shoot for 10. If we only end up with 8, fine. But I think if we shoot for that, I think that's a good starting point to then, maybe
The same idea.
put it together.
QR code to lead them
Yeah.
to further information on, because that all the places we go and present, then would be offering.
So what would be awesome? Because looking through the book is a nightmare when you have to find the one thing and you're trying to go through it. If you're talking about, hey, make sure you don't do this, and there was a link to that specific code that they could go to that exact code in the regs so they could read that code, that would be.
With links to codes.
Yeah,
Got
we do have some web pages, one for CE, that I did for the regulations, the tables. We also have an advertising webpage too, that was created, or updated after the regulations, that we can also, do a link to. And we actually do have an FAQ, webpage, for just hearing aid, that we could actually drop, the information
And
and
updates.
update as well.
Perfect.
But
Might
yeah,
be nice to just like determine the categories, like
The-
dispensing hearing aids and OTC devices category, or, continuing ed category for the FAQs, just to bust it up.
the problem with links with the regulations is that when Westlaw updates the pages, they break. So that's been my struggle with, I do update, I try to look and make sure to update them, but unfortunately they do break. The laws, the statutes, like the codes, those don't break. So I always do a link, as much as possible to the actual laws. But when it comes to regulations, I've
little
been
hard.
kind of leaning away from it because they can be easily
Too
outdated.
hard to keep up.
It's just because Westlaw changed where the link is.
Right. Okay.
A quick question. When people get their licenses, do they get some kind of an email that says congratulations or welcome or anything like that? And maybe there's an opportunity there to include some of this information or the top 10
Now you-
things to make sure?
You now know where I'm going with this, is that we do send a letter. It does not state all of those top 10
It
things.
only,
It only has a couple things about, I think, renewal and
CE.
CE.
yeah,
And it's not very detailed. So whatever this is could also be the page 2, right? So when you get your license, you get the license, you get the letter, you get the top 10, right? So that way this doubles both ends, right? I think that would be a great tool, and I think the fact that we'd also put it on a schedule for updating would be good as well, right? Because currently, yeah, it's a congratulations, here's your license, you have to renew in whatever time frame, and you have CEs, and that's kind of a go forth and do good. And it's again, it's your responsibility as a licensee to understand the laws and regulations. We put links on our website to them, but most people have not bought the book and not read the book, and oftentimes they run right over it. And of course, that when we find them, it's in enforcement. So, no, if we can kind of get those things kind of top 10 would be great. So,
I like it a lot. Sorry to steal your thunder.
oh no.
Whatever you want.
Great minds think alike.
Anything further from the committee on that topic? Moderator, would you please open the floor, public comment?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. There are no public comments on WebEx. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are not.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
None.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
No.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Great. Okay. That is it. So we will adjourn. That is 10:05. We will adjourn the Hearing Aid Dispensers Practice Committee. Thank you, everyone, for all your work.
Good morning. We are going to call to order our Speech Language Pathology Practice Committee. It is 10:05 a.m. I will start with the roll call. Myself, Gilda Dominguez, present. I'm here with two board members at the Glendora location. Dr. Tamara Chambers,
Present. I'm here at the Glendora location.
Miss Maya Chupkov,
Here at the San Francisco location.
Mr. Francis David.
Here at the Glendora location.
We do have a quorum. I'd like to ask the San Francisco location, are there any members of the public present with you at this time?
No members at the public here.
And here at the Glendora location, we do not have any members of the public present at this time. I'd like to move on to agenda item 2. For items not on the agenda, I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment on WebEx and at each location at this time.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen. Or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed and we'll give you a moment. I do have a public comment from Sunny Kim. Sunny, you will be seeing an unmute request on your screen. Please click on the request to make your comment. Thank you.
Good morning. This is my first time attending a board meeting, so I know I presented or made a comment at the opening about UCSB being considered as a SLIPA program provider. Is it better to make that comment here, or since I've already done it, I don't need to make the comment again?
You do not need to make the comment again. You've already done it on the general, for the open.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
This is the moderator. There are no other WebEx comments. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento office.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public present at this time.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
No members here.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you. We're closing public comment. We'll move on to agenda item 3. Discussion and possible action to make a recommendation to the board to amend regulations regarding scope of responsibility, duties, and functions of speech language pathology assistants related to feeding and swallow therapy as stated in Title 16, California Code of Regulations, sections 1399.170.1, 1399.170.2, and 1399.170.3. I'd now like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. On November 30th, 2023, the committee discussed the restrictions on SLIPA performing oral phalangeal swallow therapy with bolus material. The committee met in December 2024 and May 2025 to determine if SLIPA should perform this therapy. And the committee determined that they should, and began discussions on possible requirements, and continue those discussions on August 2025, December 2025, and April 2026. The following changes were made in response to the last committee meeting in April 2026. We did amend 1399.170.1C1A to replace the word dysphagia with an S with dysphagia with a G. And add aspiration as a content to be covered under signs and symptoms of swallowing and dysphagia. We did amend 1399.170.1C1B to remove the word California. We also amended 1399.170.1C2 to require the supervising SOP at the time the SLPA completes the required education and supervised experience to verify the out-of-state experience performed in states where SLPAs are authorized to perform this therapy. And if it was completed in accordance with the board's requirement. We also made changes to 1399.170.1C5 to prohibit SLPAs from performing feeding and swallowing therapy with bolus material on medically fragile patients and remove cognitive impairments to instead specify that patients is unwilling or unable to cooperate with, consent to, or otherwise understand any aspect of the procedures. We also removed duplicative language regarding competency in 1399.170.1C1. We do have one board discussion question regarding some changes to 1399.170.3. So we do ask the committee to review and discuss the materials and the question provided and can determine whether it would like to recommend the regulatory text to the board to initiate the rulemaking process.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lorenzo, for presenting this information. We'll proceed with the discussion question. It's multi-pronged. So first, you recommended the committee revise the section 1399.170.3. It is the lead-in paragraph, now a sentence with the speech language pathology assistant may not perform any of the following functions. So under the first statement, board staff recommend that the first sentence be separated as 2 items and added to the list of prohibited activities for clarity. So that appears to be conduct assessments or evaluations, interpret data or alter treatment plans. So initially only evaluations were stated, so adding assessments was included. So I'd like to ask the committee members if you're okay with that. Yes.
Yes, that's just more of a syntactical.
Okay. So A and B, I mean, I like the fact that it is very clear that you just have conduct assessments and then or evaluations, interpret data or alter treatment plans. And then in B, perform any task without the express knowledge and approval of a supervising speech language pathologist. So I think it adds some clarity and also some simplification to the responsibilities and what's prohibited.
Yeah. And like it said in my in the memo that we were getting a lot of licensees confusing, thinking that a SLPA can perform assessments and evaluations with express knowledge and approval from the supervisor. So we recommend that by separating it might read better.
Yes. So the committee accepts this board staff recommendation?
I just had a question regarding express knowledge and approval of supervising SLP. Can it be verbal or should it be written approval?
I think it can be. It doesn't specify that it's verbal or written, so it can be either or.
Just so there's a.
Yeah, I believe this language is actually a copy and paste from what's in the law. So if it doesn't specify written or verbal, it's up to the supervisor.
Thank you.
I had a question with regards to on bottom of page 1 of 5. 4, 1A4. With regards to screening and assessments for swallowing disorders, with regards to content. So I think they must have the knowledge of the screening, but I want to also make sure that, again, they're not confusing that they need to be able to perform assessments, but have it reference the knowledge of the assessments, not specifically hands-on experience with assessments. It's because it says screening and assessments.
Do you mean to say screening and assessments for swallowing disorders or dysphagia, including knowledge of clinical bedside assessments?
Yeah, so
Or
I guess
were
it
you
just
wanting
says
to-
screening.
Or were you wanting to preface the entire sentence with knowledge of? Because the course, this is on the course content that has to be included, so technically they're all knowledge of. But if you want to be very clear that it's knowledge of rather than actual clinical experience with.
Yes, I don't want it to be misconstrued as the knowledge of is like, oh, now we're learning about assessments. I can do that.
Okay.
I think what Charisse recommended might be a good way to insert it because a SLPA can do screening. So if you put it right in front of the clinical bedside, the actual language of assessments, I think it might be a little bit more clear.
Yes.
But
Okay.
DP is online with us if she wants to chime in.
I think you should be able to unmute yourself, DP. She's the board's regulatory counsel.
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, there you are. I agree. I agree with where Charisse, you had just suggested that we add the language before clinical bedside, because if we add it at the front, then I think we might as well add it at the front of each of those subsections. And I think because they're content under big A, it's already sort of implied.
Okay.
If we want to clarify here, I would do it in front of clinical bedside assessment. Makes sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other committee discussion on this agenda item?
None at this time.
Okay, I'd like to, oh, can I move on to the motion? Office staff?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to ask for a motion for the action that has been requested. Suggested motion language is on page 2 of the agenda item. And I'd like someone to make a motion.
I'll move to recommend the regulatory text for Title 16 CCR Sections 1399.170.1, 1399.170.2, and 1399.170.3 to the board to initiate the rulemaking process as amended and direct board staff to prepare the regulatory text for board review and approval.
I second.
Thank you. I'd like to now ask the moderator to open public comment on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen. Or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed and we will give you a moment. There are no WebEx public comments. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento office.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public here at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
No members of the public at the San Francisco location.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Right, thank you. I'd now like to ask Mr. Magat to conduct the roll call vote.
Ms. Gilda Dominguez,
Aye.
Dr. Tamara Chambers,
Aye.
Ms. Maya Chupkov,
Aye.
and Mr. Francis David.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to the next agenda item. Agenda item 4, discussion of speech language pathology assistant course of study and curriculum as stated in Business and Professions Code section 2538.3 and in Title 16 CCR sections 1399.170.6, 1399.170.10, and 1399.170.11. I'd now like to ask Ms. Burns and Ms. Lorenzo to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. So at the December 2025 board meeting, board member Francis Davis requested that the board consider foreign education for speech language pathology assistant licensure. So we are bringing this agenda item for discussion. This is to cover the laws and regulations related to the requirements for SLPA licensure. So current Business and Professions Code statute is 2538.3 is the section. And there's two parts. A person applying for approval as a speech language pathology assistant shall have graduated from a speech language pathology assistant associate degree program or equivalent course of study approved by the board. The second sentence relates to bachelor's degrees. A person who has successfully graduated from a board-approved bachelor's degree program in speech language pathology or communication disorders shall be deemed to have satisfied an equivalent course of study. So I'm going to talk about these and then also kind of relate how they work. So you'll notice in the speech language pathology assistant section, it's an associate's degree from an approved program or an equivalent course of study approved by the board. So we have statutory authority in that sentence to accept an equivalent to the associate level degree program. So we can determine equivalency there. The second sentence, however, is very static. It is graduated from a board approved bachelor's degree program in speech language pathology or communication disorders. So it is not giving the board authority to determine equivalencies, which is something that most people are concerned about. So then to get to the next part of the requirements, we go into our regulations. So in Title 16, California Code of Regulations, section 1399.170.11, that's where we talk about the requirements for those programs. So to be eligible for registration in the Associates of Arts or Sciences degree program is the Speech Language Pathology Assistant Program accredited by the Accrediting Commission for Community and Junior Colleges, Western Association of Schools and Colleges, and approved by the board. So that further delineates by the board that it needs to be an Associates of Arts or Sciences degree, which we are slowly becoming aware of a variety of new applied degrees. So we might have an issue as we continue on there. But that one is just related to the assistant at the associate level, sorry. So the next one is about the bachelor's degree. So evidence of completion of a bachelor's degree program in speech language pathology or communication disorders from an institution listed in the Accredited Institution of Post-Secondary Education Handbook issued by the American Council on Education. That subsection has an old reference. It is all now an online database. We all get it from the Department of Ed. These are all programs that are in the United States. There is not a single one that isn't in the United States, and that's where the requirement is for that one. C is evidence of completion of an equivalent speech language pathology assistant associate arts or sciences degree program, including all the competencies. So generally speaking, A is for the board approved SLPA programs that we have in the state of California. They are community college level and they are associate of arts or associate of science. B is for bachelor's degree programs. We only They are all through United States approved programs. And then C, those are generally out-of-state Associate of Arts or Science degree programs. Again, these are all degree programs. So under the regulation, it very well delineates which ones are allowed, which ones are not. So that's why bachelor's degree programs from another country are currently not allowed. If you look at the board statute in 2532.2, I believe is the right reference. I'm not seeing it in my chart here, but currently the way the board is authorized to do all of these things and the way most all of the boards and licensing boards operate is you are given statutory authority and you're going to accept this kind of a degree. And if the legislature wants to give you the authority to determine an equivalency to that, they will tell you, just like in the statute for the speech language pathology assistant, it says or equivalent course of study approved by the board. It does not say that for the bachelor's degree program. If you look at for our master's degree program for speech language pathology, it also has an equivalency option inside of that statute. And that is where we get the statutory authority to say on a case-by-case basis, we go ahead and review it and determine, yes, it is allowed because it is a qualification deemed equivalent by the board, and it is part of the statute that gives us the authority to determine that equivalency. So we generally are trying to like delineate how we stay within our authority here. And so right now, I personally, in the last 6 years, I've never seen a foreign associates of arts or sciences SLPA degree program. But technically, we do have the statutory authority to determine the equivalency of that if one were to exist. But that's generally not been the consideration. It's generally been that we have out of the country bachelor's degree programs that want to be recognized, not associate's degree programs. And for that, we don't have statutory authority in there to determine the equivalency. So I will reference, it's in your memo. In the past, there was a misunderstanding of the board's laws and regulations by board staff. And the board did inadvertently permit some post-baccalaureate certifications to be allowed for licensure as a SLPA. When we discovered that misunderstanding by board staff, that was discontinued. So we don't make two wrongs don't make a right. So if we find out we are out of compliance with what the laws and regulations state, we discontinue that and start following the laws and regulations, which we did in 2020. So there are, of course, going to be some people that would say, you know, but I'm coming in, I've got my degree, you let somebody else in. Well, that doesn't mean then you let the next one in, right? This is what our laws and regulations are. Again, this is the committee that could recommend to the board, hey, we want to approach changing all of that. That's where the committee needs to take a look at these and decide which direction do we really want to go, right? But what I would say is we are very clear in most all of our laws and regulations, including when we allow continuing education, you know, post-baccalaureate certification is some courses offered after a degree program. It is not a degree program that is course sequenced and builds on the knowledge in consecutive order in order to achieve a body of knowledge for that person related to that practice. And for SLPAs, it's for SLPA. When we talk about leveling programs where some people go to a university to do a leveling program, they're taking courses to prepare them for a master's program in speech language pathology. And therefore, they are actually taking coursework to prepare them to be a speech language pathologist, not a speech language pathology assistant. So we're pretty clear on also when we talked about SLPAs, you know, if you go and try to get your master's, you can't just use your master's coursework towards your continuing education because that's not helping develop and maintain your competency as a SLPA. That's trying to develop you as a speech language pathologist. And there's a difference. So I think it's important to clarify I understand the well-meaning of a lot of these things, but they also are not all designed to meet the same needs or the same standards. So that's where I think we would want to keep our focus. Additionally, the board has previously worked on regulations. At one point, we had to pull some of those sections out of prior regulatory packages, and it was a commitment that we should come back because we are still using the American Speech Language Hearing Association's guidelines for training, credentialing, use, and supervision. These are all from 1996, and obviously we need to go ahead and work on finding a more updated criteria. So I think this is an opportunity to have this conversation, but it's also we already needed to come back to this issue anyway, because we need to update these regulatory sections, and we didn't get to update them in prior packages. So it wasn't updated when we did the prior package, but we do need to take a look at this in general. Once we open it up, we're going to have a conversation about the entire section of that regulation of 1399.170.11 or 11. But that's where I think we need to have a couple different conversations and then kind of make a determination, which directions does the board think you want to go? And if you want to go in those directions, we may or may not need statutory changes, which means we need to go before the legislature and ask for the statutory authority to do so before we can do any sort of regulatory change as well. So this is where I'm just kind of providing all of the context for this issue. And then I go ahead and recommend the committee discuss the materials.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the lesson, Cherise. Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Very thorough.
I try to be really thorough because I feel really bad when people don't understand the complexity of it all. And to them, I get it. It feels capricious, but it's really not. The laws are very clear, and how we operate is very consistent with other healing arts boards. Statute gives us the authority to accept certain degrees or approved degrees. They are almost always United States based. And if they want to let us allow for equivalencies or foreign equivalencies, they tell us it because they put the equivalency or deemed equivalency in the statute. So I think that's where we haven't gotten there yet, but that's where this issue is.
I'd like to open it up for committee discussion. I know, Francis, this is something that you did want to talk about. So
yes, first of all, I'd just like to thank the staff for giving it some time to be able to discuss this topic. Thank you so much. Yeah, so one of the things that I was looking at before was, we all know that there is a shortage of clinicians, and the reason why I was wanting to see if there's a possibility was because there are no AA degrees in other countries. So they are all bachelor's degrees, and I looked at about 20 different countries, and all of them are professional ready after their bachelor's degree. But of course, I know the requirement here in the United States is a master's degree for a speech pathology, for speech language pathology. But I'm just looking at also, is there a possibility that they can work as a slip-up because they have their clinical hours? Their average clinical hours will be from 200 to 500, which is actually more than the hours that we are looking for SLPAs.
Are they clinical hours to become SLP or?
Their clinical hours to be an SLP in their own native country. So, for example, in New Zealand, they had about 500 hours. Philippines has 400 hours. Australia had 500 hours also. So they are practicing as SLPs in their country, but I'm not asking for them to be SLPs, but if they would be qualified for an SLPA licensure, because they have the clinical. and they have the clinical background. And I
Under
just want,
current, I was gonna say, under current law, it would not qualify. But I was also gonna say, I see a hand raised for the San Francisco office.
Yeah, this is a kind of, I want to make sure we finish with because this is kind of, I don't want to distract from that comment. So, Sharice, if you had a response to that, I'd like to hear it.
So I think current law would say that that bachelor's degree with clinical experience that's related to the practice of speech language pathologists and not speech language pathology assistants would also not qualify. So even if you did, so say the committee and the board decide, you know what, we think we should allow the board to determine equivalency, and we should ask for the statutory authority and go to the legislature and say, we would like, 38.3, the second sentence, to have an equivalency option as well. Even if we have that, the board's regulations would then say, okay, let's determine the equivalency, but they would still need to come to the United States and do the field work, because the field work is clinical based on the speech language pathology assistant practice, not being a speech language pathologist. So you would have that caveat in there, so they still wouldn't technically just automatically be able to come in and practice as a SLPA. They would need to go find the field work through a authorized university or community college. But that's where that would require a statutory authority change in order to accomplish that. And they would still need to go do the field work in California.
thank you for the clarification.
Can you say that again?
Oh, thank you for the clarification.
I just had a general question between the distinction between SLPAs and SLPs. Is it like are SLPAs usually like a stepping stone to become an SLP, or are there some people who just want to be SLPAs? Because the reason I ask is, if someone that was studying to be an SLP in another country, wouldn't they want to be an SLP in the US and not a SLPA? But I might just not know about it that much.
Well, a stepping stone as an SL. So a stepping stone as an SLP, not all SLPs, not all SLPAs go on to become SLPs in the first place. I have SLPAs working under me that have been in the field for about 20 years already, and they refuse to have to go to their SLP programs. So that's not necessarily a given that you are going to be an SLP once you become an SLPA. The other one, on the other part of your question is, that's the only from what I did my research on, that is the only program. There are no SLPA programs in other countries. So the basic program is actually it's the speech language pathology program. There are no SLPA programs from what I was looking at in other countries as well.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
So yeah, it's either you're an SLP or not. And again, I'm not, yeah.
But I hear the I guess the intent of the question in my mind, that if one is trying to be a speech language pathologist in a foreign country, one would think that that's what their intent would be coming to the United States, and not striving to be an SLP assistant without the plan of getting the advanced degree.
But if there were like people that, you know, there is that, like, it, because I haven't heard of, you know, an example of people that want to go the slipper route that aren't able to. But if there are a lot of examples, then I definitely think it's worth looking into.
There are a lot of people who are unable to, because there's also a limit in the SLPA, the number of SLPA they're accepting per community college. So I know that there are a lot of people who are not able to get into the SLPA program.
I think the difficulty, if we kind of equate it to the real world issue
Yeah.
is, you know, someone's coming in from the Philippines or India or somewhere else. They've got their bachelor's degree in their home country. They could practice in a different route, but in our country, they have a bachelor's degree that doesn't allow them to be a SLPA because we don't get to determine the authority for a foreign degree as part of the statute. So we would want that equivalency option in the statute for clarity because we have it in the other statutes. But on top of that, they would also need to complete the field work because they don't have the field work. So the field work would also need to be changed. So I think that puts them in a crux when they get to California, right? So you get here, I have this degree, but I can't use that degree to become a SLPA. I can go and I can try to go to the master's program, but as we know, there's a limited number of spots and that there is a very competitive to try to get into there, and that's difficult. But what do they do in the meantime? And I think that's where the rubber meets the road, right? You have somebody who has a degree, who has some level of clinical expertise, but they can't help children, they can't make money, and that's the crux of the matter here. Now, if the committee wants to go towards, let's get a statutory change so that we can determine the equivalency of the bachelor's degree and therefore start accepting foreign bachelor's degrees in speech language pathology or communication disorders. And then they'll still run into the problem of the field work.
Yes.
But that's, I guess, potentially a little more doable. I know that we've got different programs throughout the state that will accept them. There's also different programs that allow you to be anywhere in the state. So there is kind of a opportunity there, even though it might have limitations of its own.
Okay.
Hello?
I think it's really a kind of a up to you guys. What direction do you want staff to go in if there is a change that you want to see? And then from there, it would, you know, that would lead us to, do we need to go and do we need to bring to you at the December board meeting a statutory proposal, a legislative proposal that we want to update our statute and ask for the authority to determine the equivalency? Bummer, because we just did sunset, you know. We just updated our statutes a lot, but that's okay. We, you know, opportunities. You know, and do we want to run a bill that's, you know, updates that? And when do we want to do that? Or do we want to do that? Or do you want them to come to the state of California and try to get the master's program? I mean, it's really a committee discussion and then recommendation to the full board on which direction you'd like to see us go.
Is there a shortage of SLPAs? Because I know there's a shortage of SLPs.
I don't know that I would say there's a shortage, but there is a growth in SLPAs, and there seems to be a very growing and unmet need in different areas of the state of California where it's just they need any sort of clinician to provide speech therapy services to special education in the schools. So there's a lot of school-based issues. But then you do run into the problem, again, you can only have 3 full-time speech language pathology assistants under one licensed speech language pathologist. And none of this addresses the fact that we need more speech language pathologists at the top and who are supervising them and doing all of the actual assessments that dictate what work was doing.
Mm.
So I
That's
think it's a piece of a bigger problem, but it is one piece, and it does impact one segment in particular.
And excuse me, I'll ask this question only because we've done this in other discussions. The office staff has done this in other discussions. Just curious, how do other professions, if you're aware, handle this similar situation? Maybe it's those who've been trained as physicians overseas and then they try to come to the United States and work, or how are other disciplines mitigating this, if at all?
I can give you just my experience at the Board of Psychology. It's actually in their statute as to if you have a degree from another country, you need to go to one of the evaluation services. They perform there are actual agencies and they will review all of their curriculum and provide a equivalency. They'll tell the board, this is equivalent to a bachelor's, this is equivalent to a master's, this is equivalent to a doctorate in psychology. They'll tell the board, they've reviewed the curriculum, it's equivalent to this, and then the board can go from there. And oftentimes it's okay, now you have the degree requirements, did you do the clinical hours? Just like ours, if you have to take an exam, you still have to go take an exam, right? So you could come in from out of the country, but then you still got to take the law and ethics exam, or did you pass the psychological exam? We would have the same thing, right? Or you'd have to come in and take a praxis to become a speech language pathologist. But that's generally, they're going to have an evaluation service do it.
There was one board that I did come across where actually they do not accept foreign education, and your education has to be certified to an organization that's mostly US-based program. So it's a mix. Some boards accept foreign education, some don't, and they each have their own process if they do.
Okay, so the ask of us as a committee is to advise if we would want the board office staff to seek statutory authority to make a legislative proposal. Did I get that correct?
It could be that, or do you want us to do additional research and bring back how all the other boards do it or the other professions? Do you want, like, it kicks off a bigger question, right? Do you want, this is how we do it now, and here's what our legal and regulatory guidelines say. Do we want to take a look at all the others? And then after that research and review, then talk about, do we want a statutory change? And or do we just want to update our regulations? So that's all kind of like, which steps would you like to go to next?
Embedded in there, I do like the option of having the board office staff continue to research what other professions do, what other boards do, how they've managed the foreign trained. So that's my suggestion. I don't know what the other committee members think.
I would love to see how they would do it.
Yeah, I completely agree as well.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Chambers?
Yeah, I think, and then I'm just curious, you start to open it for SLP, like SLPAs, but, then are you opening the door for other things? And is there such a need? And, what is the current state of affairs? Is this really a problem Would this allow for us to deal with intended, would we get to intended outcome? And so kind of where are we with that? What's our current state? Is this really something that we should invest a lot in, or is this probably not going to be something that's going to change? Or what is our intended outcome? Where do we want to land with this?
Mhm.
And then, how do we get there? Is there a perceived problem or is there a real problem?
It's a good point. Okay, thank you.
So
Hearing
it
no.
sounds like,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
so it sounds
Officer.
like bring you back more research as well as information on, is there a shortage?
The need, yes.
Yes.
Need.
The shortage of clinical personnel and how other boards will be able to mitigate those areas of need if they exist in the other professions.
The needs assessment. Okay. Hearing no further committee discussion, I'd like to ask the moderator to open for public comment on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen. Or if you're an audio only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed and we will give you a moment. There are no WebEx comments at this time. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public here for public comment.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
No members of the public here.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you, moderator. At this time, at 10:52, we will adjourn our speech language pathology practice committee. Thank you. We will reconvene in 15 minutes for our full board meeting open session. 15 minutes. Thank you. Good morning. We will reconvene our speech language pathology, audiology, and hearing aid dispensers board open session. It is 11:07 a.m. on Friday, July 17th, 2026. I'm reconvening with agenda item 4. Roll call. I will start with myself, Gilda Dominguez, board chair. I am at the Glendora location, and there are 2 board members present with me. Dr. Amy White.
Office at 1601. I'm at the board office at 1601 Response Road, Suite 260 in Sacramento, California, with other board members as well as board staff.
Thank you. Mr. Todd Borges.
Good afternoon, Todd Borges. I am also at the Response Road address.
Thank you. Dr. Tamara Chambers.
Present, I'm here with you in Glendora.
Ms. Maya Chupkov.
I'm here.
And you're at the San Francisco location?
Yes, at the San Francisco location.
Thank you. Mr. Francis David.
Here at the Glendora location.
Dr. Charles Sanders.
Here at the Sacramento location board office.
Thank you. And I'd like to ask board staff to announce themselves.
Shelley Youngway, Board Counsel. Sharice Burns, Executive Officer.
Michael McGott, Assistant Executive Officer.
Maria Lorenzo, Legislative Regulatory Analyst.
All right, thank you. We have a quorum. We'll move on to agenda item 7 at this time. This is an update and discussion on the hearing aid dispensers, hearing aid examination as referenced in BPC section 2538.5, including the International Hearing Society's IHS presentation on the International Licensing Examination, ILE, for hearing healthcare professionals. I'd like to now ask Mr. Magat to present the agenda item and introduce the speakers at this time.
Thank you. At its September 2024 board meeting, then board member Dan Duran submitted a letter endorsed by the Hearing Healthcare Providers California Association titled Recommended Regulatory Changes to Support Hearing Healthcare Patients and Provider Workforce, recommending several regulatory changes to be considered as a future agenda item. At its August 2025 meeting, board members discussed the recommendations provided in the letter, including the adoption of the International Hearing Society International Licensing Examination and practical examination for hearing health professionals, raising several questions from board members regarding both the written and practical components of the ILE. To support the board's ongoing evaluation and ensure the members have accurate and complete information, it was suggested that IHS provide a presentation addressing the board's questions at a later board meeting. This agenda item provides a presentation from IHS addressing questions raised at the August 21st, 2022-25 board meeting regarding the ILE and to support the board's future discussions on hearing aid dispensing examination options. I would like now to invite Sierra Sharp and Christine Sates from the International Hearing Society to provide a presentation on the ILE.
Thank you so much, Michael. Can you let me know that you're hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And then I'm just looking for the control that you told me about to be able to advance the slides. Let's see. I'm not seeing where I can select to be able to advance the slides. Do you have any advice, or maybe I could just get going and cue you?
Our moderators are currently working on it. They should.
Okay.
As soon as you see a globe thingy next to your name, you should have some access.
A globe next to my name. Okay.
Moderator, have they been given?
This is the moderator. You have presenter role, so you are able to share content, and then if you look at the files, you should be able to open it up on your end.
Oh, if I look at the files, okay. Can I just share mine? Is that okay?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, are you all seeing my slides?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So I really appreciate the invitation to present to you here today. My name is Sierra Sharp. I'm the Director of Professional Development at the International Hearing Society. So I oversee everything related to education and examinations that we put out for hearing aid specialists. That culminates, or that covers, the entire sort of professional life cycle, from entry-level education, licensing exams, and then continuing education and advanced voluntary credentials as well. Today, per request, I'm going to be focused on the licensing examinations that we offer to states and Canadian provinces for licensing hearing aid specialists. IHS has two entry-level exams that complement each other. So we first have the ILE, which is the written exam, multiple choice, delivered at testing centers, computer-based test. I'm going to go into more detail about both of these, but here's the high-level overview. The ILE has 105 questions on each test form. 80 of those questions are scored, 25 are pilot questions. It's delivered in 2 hours, and it's in testing centers nationwide through our partner, which is called Measure Learning, that manages the network of testing centers. There are 27 testing centers in our network in California. And then we also have the IHS practical exam. which obviously is delivered in person. It's hands-on. It covers 6 sections. Again, we'll dive deep into what the content is that's covered on the test. It takes about 2 to 4 hours, and it's currently delivered by the licensing agency or the licensing board. I know that one of the questions that came up in the previous meetings where these things were discussed was if adoption of a national exam could ease the burden of administering a practical exam, because I know that that is something that is time consuming and costly for licensing agencies. So I don't want us to get too bogged down in kind of the way things are currently done. IHS is actually exploring ways, and I feel pretty confident that we are going to be able to alleviate that burden on licensing agencies, hopefully within the next year or so, where we'll have a really credible, meaningful option for the administration of the practical exam to offload to IHS in partnership with our psychometrics firm. So we'll talk more about kind of what it looks like today and what it might look like in the future if the board were to choose to pursue, learning more about the tests, considering adopting them. I know that requires some studies and things like that per your rules and regulations. So we'll start with the deep dive into the written exam, the ILE. ILE, by the way, standing for International Licensing Examination for Hearing Healthcare Professionals. Obviously a mouthful, so we call it the ILE. This exam is developed in accordance with psychometric best practices for high stakes exams. We have a firm that we partner with called Certification Management Services. They are our exam development partner. We then have a committee, very similar to the item writers committee that you all have, that works on your current test. So that's comprised of subject matter experts that are representative of the profession and the industry as a whole. So when we're formulating the committee for the test, we're making sure that we're representing different geographic areas nationally, as well as Canadian, because there are Canadian provinces who use the test. We do currently have one individual actually from California that's on the ILE committee contributing to this test. And in addition, we're looking at representation in terms of practice setting, number of years in the field, affiliation with certain brands, right? You don't want to have the entire committee made up of people from Beltone, for example, as that would skew, and introduce bias into the situation. So we're very focused on making sure that that committee is representative of the industry as a whole. We do a job task analysis every 5 to 7 years. That's when we would make updates to the competency model, the exam outline, and things of that nature. And then test questions are continually developed and pilot tested. So we're on a very regular cadence so that the exam is never getting old, that the items are not being overexposed, things of that nature. So test questions are continually developed and pilot tested on a regular basis. We run 2 new test forms each calendar year. So at any given time, there are 2 test forms in the marketplace, and we're pilot testing about 100 test questions a year with that methodology. Statistics are continually monitored on the forms, the collection of items that's administered to particular candidates, as well as the individual items themselves. And the passing score, of course, is determined by a psychometric standard setting process as opposed to arbitrarily setting the passing score. So I'm sure this is very familiar to all of you. Because I know that you're involved with the licensing exams for this profession already, but happy to answer any questions about the psychometrics when we get to the end of the presentation. The format of the exam, as I said before, it's 105 multiple choice questions, 80 are scored, 25 are unscored. Obviously, the test taker does not know which items are scored or unscored, and this allows us to collect data. Questions only become operational, scored after they've gone through a successful round of pilot testing, right? So that pilot testing is an extremely important litmus test. We put it out in the real world, we see how it does, we analyze all of the statistics. Only if the statistics come up good is that item then eligible to move forward to be an eligible or an operational item on a future form. The questions are all multiple choice. Most commonly, the candidate is asked to choose 1 correct answer out of 3 options. Sometimes they're choosing 1 correct out of 4 options. Rarely, they're choosing 2 correct out of 5 options. In all of those cases, we're following psychometric best practices when it comes to item writing, when it comes to properly queuing. You know, when they have to choose two, we're letting them know multiple times that they need to choose two. And, you know, following all the best practices as far as that. The cognitive complexity of the test questions varies for each objective on the outline. I did provide the outline to the board staff, so I believe they'll share that with you as a hand carry item perhaps after the meeting, but this is public information. You know, the exam outline, it's provided to every candidate so that they know what to expect and what to study. Most of the objectives on the outline are written at the understand and apply level, and then we have a few that are at remember level and a few that are at the analyze and evaluate level. And it's all about the subject matter and what it necessitates to ensure competence. I included, in addition to with the materials that I sent to the staff, some articles about the development of the ILE, and that includes examples of these cognitive complexity levels. I'd like to give you just a quick example to illustrate this. You know, I'm not sure if this is a concept that folks on the meeting are familiar with, so I'll provide a quick example. When it comes to the hearing aid field, or what we're testing hearing aid specialists on, we want to ensure their competence in the clinic, right? With a patient in front of them, can they perform a proper hearing test? Can they interpret the results correctly to provide a strong recommendation to the patient that's in their office? And so really that requires going above strict memorization for most topics, right? So a remember level question would be something like, what is the definition of a conductive hearing loss? And so then the answer would be, you know, there's a middle ear component, etc. So they would provide a definition for a conductive hearing loss. That's a remember level question. We want to see that elevated for the ILE, talking about understand and apply level questions. And so an example here would be showing the test taker an audiogram, and, you know, a completed audiogram showing the results of an audiometric evaluation, and asking them to choose what type of hearing loss is shown in the audiogram. Is it sensory neural? Is it conductive or mixed? So they have to know the definition of conductive hearing loss to be able to properly answer the question, but then they have to apply that definition to a real world scenario, such as looking at a completed audiogram and knowing what type of hearing loss is present, which then of course is critical as far as making medical referrals and things of that nature, right? So that's just a quick example of understanding the difference between a remember level question and an understand and apply level question. Again, most things on our test are understand and apply, a couple are at analyze and evaluate, and then one objective is at the remember level. The objective that's at the remember level is infection control and universal precautions, in case you're wondering. And the scoring on the test is dichotomous, so every answer is either right or wrong. There's no in between. There's no partial credit. That is one of our, you know, gold standards, non-negotiables when we're writing test questions. We're not looking for what's the most correct. We are looking for one correct response, two incorrect responses when we're writing new test questions. And each question is worth a point. So they're seeing 80 scored questions, there's 80 possible points on the test. So in preparing for this talk, I did go through the exam content outlines for the California written exam and practical exam for hearing aid dispensers. And so this is kind of showing a side by side. So you can see that for the written exam, your outline is kind of blown out into more sections than ours is, but there really is a lot of alignment in terms of the weight that is given to each section or each topic on the test. So really kind of equipment and pre-visit, case history, and then part of your assessment section correlate to our section 1, conduct patient client assessment, and then part of your assessment, which is about interpreting the results and applying them. So part of the assessment, and then also some of the selection piece is in our section 2. Some of the selection piece plus ear impression plus pre-fitting shows up in our section 3. And then really the fitting is showing up heavily in our section 4, with follow-up care and counseling showing up in our section 5. And then what I did is I looked to see if there's information that you all are covering on your test currently that maybe we're not covering on the ILE, and then vice versa. Is there content we're covering on the ILE that you're not covering on your written exam? So really the only thing, and again, I went through your outline document line by line, the only thing that is on your current written exam that's not on the ILE are things about HIPAA laws and regulations, and then the clearance or, medical clearance or medical waiver, and state and federal guidelines and regulations. So the reason for that obviously is because you guys are testing on one state in one country, so you can include those laws and rules based questions. We are testing, nationwide, as well as 5 Canadian provinces are using the test. And so we're not talking about laws and rules on the ILE. I will say that the ILE absolutely does expect that the candidate knows the FDA red flags, that they know when they need to make medical referrals. That is obviously a very critical and frequent skill that a hearing aid dispenser needs to exercise and needs to be able to, demonstrate mastery of. So that is included on the test, but it's not talked about on the test as FDA red flags or, state of California referral criteria. It's just talked about as these are the things that a hearing aid specialist needs to do. These are the referral criteria, regardless of a government agency saying it or not saying it. I will note that within our software program that is used to deliver the test, we do have the ability to add a state-specific jurisprudence exam. A lot of states do have jurisprudence exams. I understand that the state of California doesn't have that right now for hearing aid dispensers because it's included in your written test. But if we were to go down a path together of, the state of California considering adopting this exam, we could definitely have a conversation about inserting a jurisprudence exam into the test. Then that's something that your test takers would take at the same time as they're taking the ILE. It would be on the front end or the back end. And then looking at the inverse content that's covered on the ILE, but it's not currently on the California written exam. There was really just one bullet point here, and it's about interpreting tympanograms. So I want to be extremely clear that IHS does not consider performing tympanometry to be an entry-level skill. We have for the ILE something that's called the minimally qualified candidate statement. And that is our conceptualization of what a person who is qualified to pass this test and work independently needs to be able to do. Performing tympanometry is explicitly excluded from that. We are not expecting that entry-level people know how to perform tympanometry. And I understand that in the state of California for hearing aid dispensers, I believe that tympanometry is not permitted or not considered within scope of practice. What we do expect on the ILE is that hearing aid dispensers can interpret a tympanogram. So if there's another provider in their office that it is within their scope to do tympanometry, or if they receive results back from an ENT or something like that, we're expecting that they can read the graph and know what it means. So that's a strict delineation that we make on the ILE, but that is the one item that I did not see evidence of in the California written exam that is covered on the ILE. When you look at our outline later, you'll see this noted in objective number 1.3, which is about interpreting assessment results. And it's a small portion there, right? So when you think about how an outline translates to an actual test that's in front of somebody at a testing center, there's maybe one question that goes to interpreting tympanograms. Again, I'm happy to take questions, that may exist on that at the end. When it comes to the sort of like logistics of the exam and how the whole process works, this is the way it generally works for states that we're working with. What I will say is that we're a small organization, we're a small team, we're happy to be flexible and accommodating to different states and their needs. We know that a one-size-fits-all approach doesn't work for every state. And so again, I'm going to tell you kind of the way it generally works, but I wouldn't want any of this to be disqualifying. If the board is otherwise interested in looking at the test, but there's an issue with the logistics, we can have a conversation about that and make sure that we're coming up with logistical solutions that work for everyone. So the licensing agency screens applications and tells IHS who's eligible to take the ILE. So the ILE is not sort of an open free-for-all test. It is run through the licensing agencies who tell us who's eligible to take the test. We then input the candidate into the scheduling system, the software that we use, and they receive an email with a study guide and a link that enables them to schedule the test. They schedule and pay for their test. The exam is offered on demand. If the board needs a different approach, we can discuss that. For example, in the state of Virginia, they have testing windows. So when somebody becomes eligible, they have, between July 1st and September 30th to take the test, and they have to take it within that window. And if they didn't pass it within that window, they need to reapply to the board to become eligible for the next cycle. So those are things that we can accommodate, but generally one of the benefits of adopting the ILE is that it is available on demand. So it's reducing the wait time for people who are ready to test, but now they don't have to wait for a particular test date because they can access the exam on demand. And then after taking the exam, when they're at a testing center, they hit submit, the proctor closes out their test. They immediately get an email telling them their pass-fail results, as well as their section level results on the 5 domains of the test. And the licensing agency receives basically a CC on that email. So the candidate and the licensing agency are both getting the results right away. Therefore, again, reducing wait times in the licensing process by allowing people to move forward right away. If somebody fails, the state gets to decide what are the retake requirements. So in some states, they can take the exam as many times as they want or need to. In some states, they can take it twice. And if they want approval for a third time, they have to give a petition to the board. And there are all kinds of rules in between. So again, we use software for all of this in terms of managing, eligibility, expiration dates, number of attempts, etc. So this really can be customized to whatever the state's needs are. As I mentioned, there are 27 testing center locations in California. We're partnered with a company called Measure Learning that manages the network of testing centers. The list of 27 locations or the cities are shown there on your screen. Just to note that candidates actually may test at any convenient location for them. It doesn't have to be at a California center. So we associate them with the state of California when they first register for the test and by the fact that you made them eligible. If they live near the state line and it's more convenient for them to take a test in Oregon, they can do that. So they have access to the nationwide network of testing centers. We've even had, folks who take their test while they're on vacation, right? So somebody lives in Michigan, but they're going to be on vacation in Florida and they take the test while they're gone. So we're really lucky to be flexible like that. Again, that's a benefit of adopting a national exam, is that the process of testing can be a lot more convenient for folks. When it comes to fees for the exam, the way that the ILE is set up is actually that IHS enters into no-cost contracts with the licensing agencies with the state. The test candidate pays IHS directly a fee per administration. So the state doesn't pay us anything. The candidates pay per test. $260 is the current test fee. Of course, that changes sometimes to account for, inflation, increased costs, things of that nature. And IHS can and is very willing to provide some basic reporting to the licensing agency at no additional cost. We do this for some states who really like to see the nitty-gritty of things such as the exam statistics, how many people took the test in a given year from their state, what was the pass rate of those people, things like that. So we do have a framework where we can provide some basic reporting to you all at no additional cost. Again, entering that no cost contract is usually a much simpler process than going through a procurement. So we're really happy to be able to offer the ILE in that way. And just for your information, if an individual relocates to another state, we do a score transfer. So think of, when you or your kids needed your SAT sent to 5 different colleges, it's a very similar concept here. We do the score transfer since we're holding the official records. There is a $50 administrative fee for that. So if you had a California applicant who passed the ILE and then they later want to get licensed in Oregon or Washington or Nevada or any of the other many states across the country that use the ILE, we can quickly and easily perform that score transfer for them, allowing them to, be more mobile with their license. So that is the end of what I wanted to say about the ILE for now. So I'm going to move on to the IHS practical exam, which again is the hands-on exam that IHS has for hearing aid dispensers. So on this exam as well, CMS is our exam development partner, Certification Management Services. They're a Utah-based firm, by the way. The group that developed this exam was comprised of subject matter experts representative of the profession and industry as a whole. So obviously it's a best practice to make sure these groups of volunteers, subject matter experts are representative so that we're not, again, introducing bias into the process. So that's, a critical aspect for us with all of our educational committees, but especially for the high stakes tests. The exam was based on the same JTA as the ILE. And of note, the IHS practical exam was completely redone from scratch and launched into the marketplace in the fall of 2023. So IHS has had a practical exam for, many, many years, since the 70s. And it was in need of basically a complete overhaul. And so that was launched in 2023. The ILE also, by the way, has been around since the 70s. So this is something, IHS has the expertise in, and we're excited to be able, to offer this service to the marketplace. There are 3 test forms out in the world for that practical exam. Same as the ILE, those statistics are continually monitored on both the forms as a whole and on individual items, and the passing score is determined by a psychometric standard setting. So a lot of similarities there between the ILE and the practical exam. This exam format, the exam is delivered from a bound booklet, which has a script for the proctor, and it has the scoring guide. So basically you've got one booklet per candidate. The proctor is reading from it, and they're also writing in it, scoring the test as they go. There are 105 scoring elements. And so what that means is, just to give you a quick example, I actually happen to have a booklet sitting in front of me. So when it comes to, let's say, the audiometry section, let's talk about SRT. These are the scoring elements. Was the patient provided instructions for the SRT testing? And I'm paraphrasing, I'm not going to read you the entire scoring element. So that's 1, yes or no. Did the candidate properly complete the SRT process? Yes or no. And was the SRT correctly documented? Yes or no. So for that one procedure of the SRT, there are 3 scoring elements where the candidate has an opportunity to earn points. For each of those scoring elements, the scoring is dichotomous. So did they properly explain the SRT test before they started? It's a yes or a no. There's no in between. There's no partial credit. Scoring elements range in point value from 1 point to 4 points. And the point value is based on both criticality and frequency. And it's definitely weighted towards criticality, right? So the kind of the safety elements around ear impressions and things like that are weighted very heavily because those things are very critical to patient safety, to good outcomes, etc. Again, the delivery and the logistics here, the licensing agency will tell IHS their test date and the number of tests needed, so the number of candidates that are there for the examination. We ship the materials out. The licensing agency and their proctors deliver the test. The exam is scored on the spot. Again, the proctor's writing in the booklet as they go. The agency retains a detailed score sheet for the candidates or the applicant's licensing file, and they ship all the booklets and materials back to IHS. After the fact, the agency is billed for the actual number of exam booklets that got used. So that means if you had 50 people that were signed up and only 47 of them showed, 3 people, you're going to have 3 shrink-wrapped booklets that are going to be unopened. When you send them back, you won't get billed for those. That's why we do it after the fact. The way that the scoring works, the exam has 6 sections, each with a weight applied based on criticality and frequency. Again, I'm going to show what the 6 sections are here in a minute, but I did provide with the handouts that I sent to the board staff our candidate guide, which is like the study guide that would be given to test takers before they take the test. We also have a version for the jurisdiction, but that one is not meant to be public. That's much more nitty-gritty for boards that are adopting the test. So what I shared was the public-facing version, which is the study guide, but it really breaks down what is expected of the individuals in each section. So again, I shared that with the staff. So the test has 6 sections, and each section also has a weight applied to it based on criticality and frequency of the tasks. The passing score is set psychometrically by a standard setting process, and it's for the overall exam. It's not section by section. And if a candidate fails, they retake the whole test. I'm not sure how California handles pass fail and if it's section level or the whole exam with your practical exam. A lot of states like to look at it section by section, and they say, okay, if they only failed section 2, then they only have to retake section 2. The professional guidance that we got when we were developing this exam was really that the number of scoring elements in each individual section are small enough that it's not really statistically or psychometrically defensible to take it section by section. You really need to look at the overall exam for that to be able to really glean meaning from the pass-fail result in a defensible way. You'll see with my asterisk here that states may elect to deviate from this guidance. That's ultimately your choice. But we will always tell you and put in writing that those deviations are not psychometrically recommended and they may not be legally defensible. So just making sure that everybody's on the same page as far as that. When it comes to the practical exam, we do have to enter into a procurement-based contract. I, just being a sole source provider for national licensing exams for hearing aid specialists, can sometimes make that process smoother. There's not really a bidding process to be had for the work if IHS is the sole source provider. The current cost per test is $200 plus shipping. So you would collect the fees from your testing candidates. And then again, when the billing occurs after the exam date, you would remit the payment to us accordingly. As I mentioned, IHS is exploring opportunities to change the delivery method for this test to offload it from the licensing agencies. Our vendor, CMS, they have experience doing this with other clients. And interestingly, one of the areas that they've worked with, one of the professions that they've worked with is laparoscopic surgeons in developing their practical exam and delivering it in a way where it's really delivered by the owners of the exam, whether that's the association or the, if there's like a national board for certification, things like that, that they're the ones delivering the test rather than the licensing agency. And so, I can't make any promises at this point, but this is something that we're heavily exploring because we do hear from many states that they would really like to no longer bear this burden of administering the test. We obviously have to make sure that if we take over the administration, number one, it has to be secure. Number two, it has to be cost effective for everybody, right? We can't necessarily ask people to fly to a different state or things like that to take the test. And we also have to make sure that we're going to be able to offer the exam timely so that people don't have to move through, wait a long time to move through the licensing process. So we want to, release some of the burden from the licensing agencies while also not creating additional burdens on the applicants, the test takers themselves. So something we're still exploring, but there's definitely big opportunities here, and you are not alone in, feeling like maybe it's cumbersome for you to keep administering these practical exams. So I appreciate the questions that came from the board on that. And we'll, be happy to share more information as we explore these opportunities moving forward. As I did with the written exam, I looked at the examination outline for the California State Practical Exam. I didn't see percentages listed on the exam outline, so I can't, necessarily say that the percentages line up one way or the other, but the content is pretty similar. So as you can see on the IHS Practical Exam, we're looking at otoscopy and ear impression, of course, audiometric evaluation and interpretation, hearing aid selection, fitting and follow-up, verification, and hearing aid troubleshooting. So then when I did the side-by-side, what I found is that the content that is currently on the California Practical and not on IHS, again, is knowledge of laws and regulations pertaining to signs and symptoms that require a medical referral. So that was the knowledge task that was listed. or the knowledge requirement. The actual task that was listed in that section was determining the need for referral, and that is tested on our practical exam. So that actual task of knowing when to make a referral, 100% is tested on the IHS practical. But again, we're talking about it in a more generic way, not about the state of Kentucky requires or the US FDA requires. We're just saying this is what hearing aid specialists have to do. Of course, those recommendations behind the scenes are based on the federal laws, they're based on state laws, etc. But we're not specifically quoting the state or federal laws in the test. I hope that distinction makes sense. But so we are testing the actual required task of determining the need for a medical referral. The other thing that I saw in section 4 that was very specific was teaching the client to use assistive listening device controls. So we're not so much looking at assistive listening devices on the practical exam, and certainly not showing individuals how to use any particular assistive listening devices. We are looking at teaching individuals how to use their hearing aids. And on the ILE, we talk a lot about assistive listening devices, what accessory would you recommend for a patient with a particular problem, etc. But we're not looking at really assistive listening devices on the practical exam. And then there were 2 items that are on the IHS practical exam that I did not see on the California practical exam written outline. The first one is in our section 3, and it's about audiometric interpretation. So what we're doing on our practical exam is giving the applicant like a case study. So we're giving them a 2-page document that shows the case history, the audiometric results, the speech results, etc., and asking them to perform some interpretation of those results on the spot. So they're asked to tell us the type, degree, symmetry, and configuration of the hearing loss. Are the PTA and SRT in agreement? Are they seeing any referral criteria? And are they making a recommendation for amplification? And then the other piece is in our section 5, which is verification, probe mic measures. And what they're being tested on here is properly placing the probe tube, the probe mic assembly, and the hearing aid on the patient's ear, verifying that their probe tube placement is correct, and then analyzing and interpreting REAR graphs. So nobody has to bring real ear equipment to the test. I think that's an important point for folks to understand. IHS is providing the probe mic assemblies and the probe tubes. The candidate is asked to bring a hearing aid with them. And then they're placing those things on a person to properly set up for the test. And then they're shown some graphs that are like outputs from verifying the probe tube placement. They need to identify which graph is correct or which graph shows proper probe tube placement. And then they're shown some REAR graphs and asked some questions about, how would you improve the fitting? Are we exceeding MPO anywhere? Things like that. So that's what we're talking about as far as verification. There is some flexibility built into the practical exam for licensing agencies to make a call about what's right for them, the level of liability they want to take on or be shielded from, and what's right for their applicants. So for the ear impressions, the state board has the option to determine if they want those done on a live person, on a mannequin. I don't know if anybody is familiar with the product called Carl, which is like a specific mannequin for the hearing aid or hearing healthcare field to use in training and examination purposes, or a basic rubber ear. So it's up to the state, to determine that, and we can help, talk through those options. Audiometry does need to be done on a live person, and then verification, again, the board can choose if they want that done on a live person, a mannequin, or a rubber ear. A live person can be a third party that the candidate brings, or it can be another proctor, just, up to what the agency wants that to be. What we do say is that the person scoring the test, like the person reading from the script in the booklet and scoring the test, should never also be the test subject, right? So if you're scoring the audiometry section, you need to be able to see what the candidate is doing on the audiometer, not sitting in the chair responding to the audiometry, tones that you're hearing. And then just in closing, I'd like to share a little bit about kind of the broader national landscape of hearing aid specialist licensing. This was requested in the previous questions that were asked by the board. So there are 49 out of 50 states in the union that require a written exam for hearing aid specialists. 44 of those states use the ILE. So, California is definitely an outlier in terms of states that are not using the ILE. Obviously, you guys are right in line with the rest of the nation as far as requiring a written exam. 39 states require a practical exam as part of the licensing process, and 16 of those are using the IHS practical. Just to be very candid with you about, the discrepancy between 44 using the ILE and 16 using the IHS practical, we were not encouraging adoption of the practical exam for a long time because we knew it needed to be redone. So since 2023, we have added several states, and we continue to pursue more states using the IHS practical exam because we believe that adopting national exams helps applicants in a lot of ways. And it also can be very beneficial to the licensing agencies who then can offload the exam development costs and the burden of legal defensibility of high stakes tests to us and as an organization that has the capacity to operate these things at scale, ensure that psychometric best practices are being met all the time. And it also allows applicants to move easily between states. So adopting national exams does aid in reciprocity because it means that that the exams, when somebody comes in from a state that uses the ILE, you already know, oh, that's equivalent to my licensing exam because we're all using the ILE. And that makes it much easier for candidates to get licensed, reduces barriers to business, improves, or increases the amount of licensees that are available to meet the needs of, growing consumer demands for hearing healthcare. So that is the information that I have pre-prepared for you. And again, I did provide a PDF of these slides as well as some additional handouts to the board staff. I would love to take any questions that you all might have for me about the exams and anything else I can help you with today.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'd now like to open it up to the board for discussion. Thank you.
I've got a few questions. This is Todd Borges.
Hi, Todd.
Hi. So is there one or two proctors in the room with the test subject?
We do recommend two. We think that that's the best practice in terms of, catching everything that's going on with an applicant. Of course, you hope that there's never claims of unfairness in the testing room, but having a second proctor can really guard against that. And then in addition, if the board chooses to have live subjects for the ear impression for verification, it can be very convenient if that person is a second proctor, as opposed to requiring the applicant to bring somebody with them. So there is some flexibility, but we do recommend that you have two proctors in the room for the reasons that I mentioned.
Okay. And you mentioned that the test variance is from 2 to 4 hours. How does that vary? You don't have a specific timer set for the test? They're done when they're done?
Yeah, that's a great question. So variance really comes in terms of how prepared the applicant is. So folks who are prepared get through the exam in about 2 to 2.5 hours. Some things that introduce variance. Number one, I would say that the first time that a particular proctor gives the exam, it usually takes a little bit longer. We do provide some training and encourage folks to review the test ahead of time. Not everybody's able to do that, right? So the first time you move through something that you're not familiar with, it's going to take a little bit longer on the proctor side. But then when you have applicants who aren't as confident in what they're doing, they tend to take a little bit longer. So we don't require that the state imposes a time limit on candidates. What we advise is that if you're going to impose a time limit, about 2.5 to 3 hours is what we would see as kind of a reasonable time limit without being overly generous, or kind of unduly harsh as far as a time requirement. So well-prepared applicants with a skilled proctor get through in about 2 hours, and then some take longer depending on the preparedness and the comfort of the proctor with the process.
But the point being, if we chose to set a time limit to say you have 2 hours to finish this test, then we could do that.
That's correct.
Okay. The written exam, I'm curious, the questions, as you build the questions, are any of the questions built in the negative, or are they all to the positive?
We never build questions in the negative.
And if we're inserting a jurisprudence exam, how does that alter the scoring of the exam?
We would score them separately. So if the state board would provide us with the questions for the jurisprudence exam. So say it's, 15, 20 questions, something like that. We would insert that at the front or the back end of the ILE. It would really be your choice. The way it would be set up in the software is that it would be 2 exams delivered back to back, and there would be 2 separate score reports for them. So the board would receive both, the applicant would receive both. So you'd get 1 score for the ILE, 1 score for the jurisprudence exam.
So then could they theoretically then pass one and not the other, and then fail the whole test? How do we decide a pass or fail in that regard then?
Yes, we would definitely want to keep the pass fail on the 2 separate. So if somebody failed the ILE but passed the jurisprudence, then I would say the next time they come in, they just take the ILE, and, vice versa. If they pass the ILE but fail the jurisprudence, they would only be required to retake the jurisprudence. We would keep them separate.
So then they would have to take the jurisprudence again in order to pass, to then qualify to sign up for the practical exam.
That's correct.
Okay.
Then is there a time frame in between that? So if they had to take the jurisprudence exam 3 or 4 times and a significant amount of time passed since they took the other part, is there a time frame they're allowed?
So those kinds of restrictions we leave up to the state, because all states have different standards as far as how long the scores are good for, how many times somebody can retake, if they have to wait before they retake it, or if they can take it again. So we can set that up in pretty much any way that the state wants, right? If you want to say their ILE is only good for 6 months, if they haven't passed the jurisprudence by then they need to come back and, then they would need to retake the ILE. We can configure all of that in our software and communicate that to your candidates on our end as well, so that they're always very clear about what the requirements are, what the time limits are, things like that.
So back to the exam, so we can add to it, meaning the jurisprudence section.
Mm-hmm.
But on the main exam, that is what it is. We don't have any control over tailoring that to our state. So we don't, tympanometry is outside of the scope of practice for dispensers.
Mm-hmm.
So we neither study it nor test on it.
Mm-hmm.
But then they're going to be essentially forced to do that in order to pass your test.
So it is true that you would not be able to alter the ILE and the questions on it. As I, explained, and I know that you were listening, these are great questions. We're looking at interpretation of tympanograms. We do provide a list of the recommended reference materials, the recommended study materials for the ILE. Those topics are covered in those study materials that are available to all of the applicants, so they could, read that information in the books to a point where they would be equipped to, answer, again, the maybe one question that comes up on the ILE. But your fundamental question of, does the state have the authority or ability to alter the ILE? The answer to that is no.
And that would be the same for the practical exam?
The practical exam, I would say generally, yes, that is the same. There is a state that is using the IHS practical exam that their board felt strongly that they did not want to test entry-level candidates on verification. And so what they chose to do is to eliminate that section from what they're delivering to candidates. And instead, I think they added a jurisprudence exam that they deliver in place of that section as their way of accounting for those points, basically. That is not necessarily a psychometrically defensible practice, and so we worked with them through that process, and that was the decision that the state came to, and that's what they're doing. So I don't recommend that necessarily from a psychometric standpoint, but if the board wanted to adopt the exam, save a particular section, we could have that discussion. But in terms of removing like a specific scoring element from a specific section, I don't think that would really be the way to go.
And for the fees for the practical exam, so the state is basically paying you $200 per exam for us to then deliver to the examinee, correct?
That's correct. Yep. So,
whatever,
basically a portion of fees that you collect from the candidate come back to us for the provision of the exam materials.
So that's a potential where we may have to look at increasing our fees, because that takes the lion's share of what we're charging for the practical exam right now.
Yeah, and that's another area, again, where we're really exploring, how we can remove the burden of administration from the states, because again, the collecting of fees and sending it back to us, etc., it's burdensome. We potentially could do it in a way where the fees are less to candidates, right? Where maybe they only pay us the $200 instead of the $200 to us, plus the proctor fees and the per diems and all of that are required to be baked into the fees that they're paying the state. So, that is something that could change in the future, but for right now, that is the way that it works.
And remind me the cost of the exam for the written test.
It's $260, and the candidate pays that directly to us. That is per attempt. So if they take it twice, they pay 2 times. Again, paid directly to us with our scheduling software.
Okay. More. I think I've run my gamut. Anyone else want to?
I got a couple of questions. What are the qualification standards for the proctors for the practical exam? How many years do they have to practice?
They're us, right? We did it.
Is that the state picks that?
Yeah, right now. Yeah, right now.
So theoretically, whoever's proctoring it now would then, and what type of training do they get to proctor your exam?
Yeah, that's a great question. There are a couple of options. So we have kind of at a basic level, we have a pre-recorded video that proctors can watch that takes them through everything. And then for proctors or states who are interested, I also hold Zoom trainings where they can get a little bit more of a deeper dive into what's on the test. They can ask specific questions, etc. So that's something I'm always happy to do as we're onboarding with new states, or if states have new proctors or need a refresher or anything like that. And we offer that complimentary. There's no costs or anything associated with that. We want people to feel comfortable and well prepared.
You asked them all.
I have a few.
I know, you got them all.
Let me steal your thunder.
Nope. I'll wait till board members.
So in sum, what is the requirement from the board that would be required for us to be able to participate in this? We require proctoring, or there's just a fee, or what all is the buy-in?
Yes, thank you so much for asking. So from our end, what's required is the execution of 2 contracts, a no-cost contract for the ILE and a procurement-based contract for the practical exam. And then the board would need to still handle the scheduling, ADA accommodations, proctor recruitment, proctor training, proctor payment for the practical exam. It's my understanding from the meeting last year where this topic was discussed at length that there are some requirements on the California law or regulation side that the board would need to undertake, such as doing formal studies, comparing the 2 exams and things of that nature. So I'm certainly not the expert on that, but as far as what's required from IHS, we're looking at the 2 contracts and then the board, at least for now, still handling the administration of the practical exam.
Dr. Chambers, this is Sharice Burns. I'll go ahead and chime in here. Yeah, on our end, there's a lot more steps. First of deciding, do we want to explore this further? And if so, we need to create a new contract with our Office of Professional Examination Services, and they would have to do an occupational analysis of that exam, essentially, or sorry, a linkage study. There's a study that has a cost associated that would have to be run first. Then they would determine whether or not it meets California's, required standards. Is there any areas that it's missing that we would need to create an ethic or law and jurisprudence exam? And if so, how does that work? And then after all of that analysis, then the board could make that determination. After that point, we would then engage in the laws and regulations part where we could change who's doing the exam and how that works, and then specify costs and essentially who pays where. But if we have to approve them anyways, it sounds like you just pay us and we pay from there. But again, that would be the first steps, is having a separate contract, which if I remember right, it's around $30,000, to have OPES do the analysis of whether or not the IHS exam meets the linkage study requirements, so on and so forth. Do we need to create a separate law and jurisprudence exam, so on and so forth? And that would be the first step. All of that to say, also, if we develop a law and jurisprudence exam, the board would not get as much savings, because instead of rewriting our written exam every year, we would then be working on writing and the cost of writing and creating the law and jurisprudence exam, which would be a separate carve out. So instead of having it as part of the current written exam, we would need to just essentially rework that contract and still be incurring costs to write some exam components for the law and jurisprudence exam. And then, of course, we would still continue to be the administrator of the practical exam, and that difference is what they stated earlier.
So we wouldn't save any time, because we'd still have to do the jurisprudence thing. So we'd still have to spend that money, but then we're not necessarily getting any money back from the written exam that's done for, because that money's all going to IHS and not to the state. So in essence, it's more of it's an actual drain on me.
I think it's more of a redirection of costs, but yes. So instead of us developing it and then we pay, people pay us for the development and administration, it could be potentially slightly less or about the same to create the law and jurisprudence exam. And then they would have to take that as a third component, and now a third exam that's tacked on to the beginning or the end of their ILE, of which we would incur the cost. We would no longer incur the cost of creating a written exam, their written exam, but we would incur the cost of the jurisprudence and law exam.
But we're not making any money back on that.
And that would be the point of our laws and regulations require us to charge for the exam the full cost of the actual cost of preparing, administering the exam. So we would need to potentially be charging them whatever the ILE fees are, plus whatever it also costs us to create the law and jurisprudence exam. So
expense to them too.
It's more expense to the applicant, but it's a redirection of our costs without really, it's not getting rid of our costs. That's what I'm trying to get at.
But then if they're paying the money, as you said, they pay the money directly to IHS for the written exam. So then there's got to be some sort of
They still have to apply to
profit sharing in essence.
Exam, so we would have to bake that into that.
Who, Sarah, do you collect, if we do have a jurisprudence law exam, are you guys collecting that, or is that something the board would have to collect?
So I'll be honest, no state has taken us up on this offer yet, so I don't have a model to work from. I think probably what would be easiest for us is if you all collected that as part of your application fee. However, I don't think that would need to be a barrier to adoption, right? Like if you were like, IHS, we need you to collect $50, whatever it is, on the jurisprudence exam and remit it back to us, we would figure out how to do that in a way that worked for everybody. But it might be cleaner to just collect whatever that amount is as part of the application fee on your end.
And I would tell you right now, as an applicant, you pay the board and we go ahead and contract with PSI. So you don't have to go pay PSI to take your exam at their location. You pay us and then we pay through the contract, we pay PSI.
Yeah. That's interesting because it's just, most states are like desperate for these no cost contracts. So it's interesting that that's how you all handle it with PSI. Again, I would say if that were desired to, if you wanted to adopt the ILE, if the, OPES analysis comes out okay, etc., we got all the way down the path. And you said, I really just want the applicants to pay us and then we remit fees to other, vendors accordingly. We would be able to accommodate that. But that's most of the states that we're contracted with, they have no interest in that. They'd rather not deal with the money part, just from a procurement perspective and an administration perspective. But that is something we could accommodate if that was something that was desirable for the board or the agency.
I think in general, I would just say that when we're in it, we're in it. And if we're not in it, we're not. So as audiologists and speech language pathologists that take the praxis, we don't have anything to do with that praxis. You go straight to that company, you pay them, you take your test, you come to us, right? But if you've got to apply to us to get approved for eligibility and so on and so forth, if we're going to have to do a bunch of steps involved, it's like we should just bake it all into one. And on top of the fact that if we're baking in all these, we're going to have to pay proctors. We also have to pay for the cost of developing our law and jurisprudence exam. We might as well just be collecting and then remitting, but it's not a big issue for us as well. So
yeah,
we're already set up to do it.
For sure.
In terms of making a decision on whether to see something like this, are we considering our main goal is protection of the California consumer. Are we considering applicants consumers in this case? This is increased cost with them.
As part of the regulations, we do consider that as economic impact.
Dr. Sanders, can you repeat that? We couldn't hear you.
I wanted to know if we're weighting this on who's a consumer or not. Our main goal is to go ahead and protect the California consumer. Are applicants in this case considered consumers?
And Maria was explaining that under regulations, we do consider them as a consumer when we talk about costs. So my thought would be is the board's main goal and the most important thing is that we absolutely protect consumers. We want an exam that will continue to protect consumers and ensure minimum competency for hearing aid dispensers and dispensing audiologists in the state of California. That's the top level one, right? On top of that, we have, of course, the regulatory side as well that we need to consider access to care and also, which again, any increased cost creates barriers. So that's one consideration. But also on the regulatory side, we always have to consider everyone. And in that sense, in the regulatory sense, the applicants are also consumers. And so the added cost to them is part of it. But again, we already do have costs. So
This seems to increase that.
Well, but on the flip side, access potentially is improved if you can say, okay, there's a national exam now, and if someone's moving here from somewhere else, they've already passed the exam. If we're not having to
exam them.
correct in terms of portability
Well,
across state,
I would tell you that would be partially true.
other than the jurisprudence.
The jurisprudence, correct. So, and that's if their other state does the practical, and again, 39 of the states do a practical. That means there are other states that do not require it. So you still could be coming in from a state who said, yes, everybody take the written, but not the practical.
16.
There you go. So that's where, there's still going to be variation. None of this is universal. I guess the better question is, do we want to Before we go to the bigger question, can I ask my one question? I just have the one question. 'Cause selfishly, for the practical examination, are there safety stops?
When you say safety stop, do you mean are there like, for example, in the ear impression section, is there somebody making sure that the oto block is correct, or do you mean are you at, or is the question, is there like a critical fail point?
A critical fail point where the candidate is about to perform something in an unsafe manner and we have to stop them from doing that. And they therefore stop that procedure and do not proceed on, and they move to the next section. So they need to stop what they're doing and then move on.
And then move on. Understood. Thank you for clarifying. The exam does not have any critical fail points. That we were advised by our psychometric development partners that was not a psychometrically sound practice. So the two things, what I would say from a grading perspective is the safety elements, i.e. is the oto block the proper size and positioned properly, are weighted very heavily on the final scoring. And from a functional or delivery perspective, the proctor is required to verify the placement of the oto block and the size of it before the applicant is allowed to proceed with inserting any impression material into the ear. So in the case where an applicant, let's say they choose an oto block, it's too small. They put it in the ear and they say, okay, I'm ready for you to check it. The proctor checks it, it's too small, it's not proper. The candidate would miss the points for that. The proctor would select the appropriate oto block and insert it properly, and then the candidate would be allowed to proceed with shooting the impression and get scored on those elements. So that's how that would work functionally. When it comes to that safety piece, I will just tell you that a lot of states, both using our exam and not, are getting away from shooting impressions on live people during practical exams for this exact reason. The liability, the safety aspect of it. These are people who, at the end of the day, you don't know if they're qualified or unqualified. That's why they're sitting for a test, is so that they can demonstrate that they're qualified. But you, of course, get people who are unqualified in that chair, and people may not want to, send their eardrums up as tribute for unqualified applicants. So we do see more and more states moving to doing the ear impressions on a mannequin or on a rubber ear, because there is a lot of concern about that safety and liability piece. So long-winded answer, there are no critical fail points on the exam for reasons of, psychometric defensibility, but we are having the proctor check for safety, in particular before the ear impression is taken.
But then you're having the proctor put in the proper dome. You're not having the examinee pick the proper dome and insert it proper, or dome. I say dome.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, block, excuse me.
I know what you meant.
Block.
No problem. Yeah, so in that situation, the candidate gets, so basically the way that it's written, the proctor says, select, or, I think what they say actually is, perform an ear impression on the left ear with all usual and customary procedures. And then when they're placing the oto block and positioning it, they're told to let the proctor know when they're satisfied with their final placement, basically locking in their answer, right? And so once the candidate has locked in their answer, they, up until that point, they can, they put it in, they realize it's too small. They take it out, they put a new one in, they reposition it. Okay, now I'm checking it, whatever. Okay, now I'm locked in. Now the proctor is going to check. So at that point, when the proctor checks, that's when the grading happens for that element. And so the proctor is going to check, and they either get the points or they don't. If they don't get the points, the proctor is going to fix the situation to keep either the live person or the mannequin safe from blow by. And then the candidate is going to proceed, and they have an opportunity to earn additional points on, if they probably shoot the impression, they fill the, the canal and the pin appropriately, and they wait for it to cure and they pull it out and they can tell you if it's good or bad. So they still have an opportunity to get points on individual scoring elements as they proceed through, but they would miss the rather high number of points that are accounted for selecting the proper oto block, placing it properly, and verifying the placement.
Yeah, I think that'd be worth 1,000 points. Being able to pick the right,
Yeah.
picking it right, photo down, because that's when we talk about minimal competency.
Right.
But brings up another question I have.
Mm-hmm.
The bridge and brace technique. So it sounds
Mhm.
like you don't stop people if they're performing unsafe bridge and brace technique. They just go. But you have different types of bridge and brace techniques in your workbooks
Mm-hmm.
that are not necessarily considered safe bridge and brace in California.
Okay.
So I'm wondering how that, how we would have to basically decide then we're okay with this other bridge and brace technique that we had looked at in the past and had decided at that point, that's not safe, it needs to be this way.
Okay. Yeah, I think
wondering
that's a
how-
really great question. So I'm just going to tell you, I'm looking at the booklet right now. And so the way we talk about bridge and brace is, for example, on this scoring element, did the candidate properly verify the oto block placement? In order to get the points on that, they have to use the proper bridge and brace technique, and they have to use an otoscope to look in the ear to verify the placement. So those two elements have to be met for them to get the points there. And so we don't define in the exam booklet what is proper bridge and brace technique. Obviously, there is an expectation that candidates are, people who hold a license in the field, they're qualified to be grading it. We do let folks know, the reference materials for this are the same as the reference materials for the ILE. However, if the state of California has stricter bridge and brace requirements, I think you'd be free to enforce those within your, candidate pool and your proctor training. What I would probably advise is that we create essentially a California version of the study guide for the practical exam where you delineate what the appropriate expectations are for bridge and brace. And then that's what they're expected to know, and that's what your proctors are grading on. As an aside, we're actually ramping up a project to work on the next edition of our distance learning course. So if you all have looked at the bridge and brace techniques in IHS's course and determined, that with the with the valid evidence and things like that, that there's something in there that's improper, I would actually really love that feedback. If maybe somebody wants to shoot me an email, because it sounds like you guys have really thoughtfully discussed that, if you've made different recommendations or determinations about what's appropriate for your test. And I think, crowdsourcing all of this information makes everything better. So that's my little aside about bridge and brace, but I think you would be able to, enforce that within your state with the existing practical exam materials.
So the point though is that in your workbook, you've got multiple different bridge and brace,
Mm-hmm.
which has the implication that these are all agreeable.
Mm-hmm.
She's saying in the study guide, you can make it specific for California practical
Okay.
study guide.
So we
So there's the
ignore the
IHS
workbook, look at the
course.
study guide.
Right. So we have an IHS course that is something people can purchase, right? So if you're training an apprentice in your office, you can purchase our course materials and use them. We then have a study guide, which is a PDF document specifically preparing people for the practical exam. So in which we tell them, when you're taking the ear impression, you're going to be graded on bridge and brace technique, among other things. We could create a version of that for California applicants to receive that delineates your all's ruling about what is proper bridge and brace technique and lays out the expectations for candidates to perform those on the test. Does that make sense?
It does. I just have a small concern about basically two different sets of information floating around that we need, that person would just need to make sure that they're looking at the right material. That's all.
Yeah.
Because that's.
Are you discussing all of our concerns or just asking questions at this juncture?
I think you're meant to ask your questions, provide your concerns, and then discuss as a whole whether or not you want board staff to continue in the direction of research and initiate OPEs, and dedicate resources, or if you right now just want to consider it and bring it back at a future agenda item for discussion.
Yeah, so I think, if I can just encapsulate my general feelings. I think this could be very valuable at the point that the practical exam is also relieved. I think our most difficult issue right now is the practical. The written is less cumbersome. So I think, the opportunity to explore further when there's an option for the practical is more appealing to me. I have a big concern about not being able to address the written and the studying, because right now it's out of scope, as we already said, for dispensers in California to do tympanometry, for example. So if they're studying it in the materials and then they're being tested on it, even if, we try and educate the candidates and say, hey, by the way, even though you learned this and you were tested on it, you can do that here in California. I think it's pretty confusing potentially for new licensees, and it's crossing. It makes it, anyway, it's confusing, I think. And similarly, we don't have requirements specific to verification right now. So it would be, adding, some additional, not that it's not in scope, that's not at all what I mean, but it would just be adding some additional area that we don't currently require.
We had already determined as minimum competency, we weren't going to require that.
Correct.
Now that would.
And that's less, to me, that's less of a concern. It's just, hey, guys, now we are requiring you to know a little more than you did before. Is that something, that we feel is appropriate? The bigger concern is the tympanometry stuff and then getting confused about, well, I should be able to do it because I did all of this. Correct.
And there's a very short step from interpretation to diagnosis.
Right. And we've had lots of conversations about that over the years. And it's, we would have to change other things, right? It's not, we couldn't just accept that for what it is. If that was a movement that was going to be made, that there's a lot of work that would have to be in regulation and probably statute, right? So, most of the regulation. And that's just a much broader conversation, right? That I think we're really stepping into. So those are kind of where, as much as Sharice definitely understands better, and maybe Charlie's talking too about more the financial pressures. I'm just thinking more about the content.
And back to the financial piece, I just wanted a clarification. So IHS is receiving $260 from each candidate, as well as an additional $200 plus shipping and handling for each test that they have requested for each candidate, as well as the licensing agency posting the hands-on as well. Did I summarize that okay? Am I understanding that?
Yes, that is correct.
What's the total of that one?
Okay, that's already $460 plus,
460 plus.
yeah, shipping. Okay, thank you.
Currently, the state of California's written examination is $225. Currently, our practical exam is $500. Obviously, we have a regulatory package that is in the works that would increase those costs a little bit for both of them, but that covers the complete cost of administering, preparing, and it works in the occupational analysis cost divided by all the applicants, by the average number of applicants per year. So currently we cover our costs at those fees. I wish I had it in my brain, but I think we're increasing from 500 to 600 the practical exam, and then the 225 is going up to 300. 250. Okay. Well, I see. There you go. So currently they are a little bit lower, but currently that is the cost. That's what covers everything, including our every 5 to 7 years occupational analysis. I would note, even if we use a national exam, we still have to do an occupational analysis of our own every 5 to 7 years. So again, we have to bake that into some cost that the applicants pay to cover the occupational analysis to verify the linkage to this exam. So either way, there's still a little bit of cost. Again, the jurisprudence and law exam would be a separate item. So we would have to figure that out as well.
Yeah, and to that point, that's why I was inquiring. So IHS is getting 260 from the candidate, and we're paying for each test or each candidate's test, versus when it's board led, that there is there's fees that are being obtained from our licensees that cover, or the applicants that cover the cost of the administration of the exams, and also the development and the monitoring of those.
Right. So the idea is that the 200 per practical exam comes out of the fees that the applicant pays you all, when they're signing up for the test. So if they're currently paying 500 or 600, then 200 of that plus a few dollars shipping per person would come back to IHS. And then for the ILE, they're paying us directly. And again, I definitely hear the point about, really the most pressing issue, it sounds like, is a desire to offload the administration of the practical exam. So I definitely can keep the board apprised of, IHS's developments in that department. You're far from the only state that's facing that challenge. So that is something that is a priority for us to pursue moving forward. So I'm happy to keep the board apprised of those developments if that's kind of the current pain point that you're interested in addressing.
And I would just say, well, as the administrator of the board here, yeah, I don't consider it a pain point. It is something that is labor intensive, and that is a constant. We have to keep recruiting proctors, but we'd have to keep recruiting proctors anyways. But I don't actually consider it a pain point. So I
thought my understanding, I'm sorry, was that maybe what they were moving towards was that we wouldn't have to be proctoring ourselves, and we wouldn't have to be providing any of that.
And at that point, that would make things potentially a lot easier. But I would also state that I don't consider the practical and running the practical here a burden. But that's just a personal. Now, everything else is a whole different consideration.
But for the written exam, there's an unrealized cost to the state of California.
Yes. Well, and
Because they're paying them, the applicant is paying them. We are getting nothing from the written exam, but there's a cost to us to analyze the exams every 5 years, to do those things that we're not getting back in any way.
we would have to bake it into the fees that we charge them for the application, right? Yeah. So, and that's where it should be. It's easy. Well, to ease the burden on the applicant, it would seem to me easier if we as a board have to charge the cost of the exam, then we should just give that poor applicant one cost.
Right.
And that's the cost of paying IHS the written plus the cost spread out over the number of applicants for the every 5 to 7 years occupational analysis. Just bake that in so applicants don't have to pay us $25 or whatever it is. $50 per applicant, and then they got to go pay IHS $260. Just bake it into one so that it's very easy for applicants. Because again, for us in the state of California, while contracts can be an annoying process, we're okay with it. Just pay us, and we'll pay IHS every time, right?
Yeah,
Especially
and we can definitely accommodate that.
Yeah. So I'm not worried about that, the logistical side of that. Just that, again, we need to be considerate of all the components, right? Content, consumer protection, and then we can figure out logistics.
I do think it is still very important to stay focused. I like to speak for myself. I like to focus on how can we make it simpler for people to move from state to state with licenses? Because I feel like that's pretty challenging right now, not just for hearing aid dispensing, but for audiology, speech language pathology. I know we're looking at interstate compacts. So I just, I guess I want to keep in mind, is moving to something like this going to allow us to be more flexible when it comes to trying to make decisions about portability?
Potentially. But you would have that caveat of the law that the jurisprudence exam and those that don't take practical.
Mm-hmm.
And there definitely are states now, there's precedent for, okay, we both use the ILE, but the practical exams are different. And that does make things meaningfully easier for candidates, both in terms of fees that they have to, they don't have to pay part of the testing fees again. They don't have the stress of having to test again, the time away from the office of having to test again. So, in my experience working with, different states around the country, even eliminating part of the issue where to say, okay, we all use the ILE, only some of us are using the same practical exam. So you come in, you've already taken the ILE, that's no problem. All you have to do is get in for the practical. That does make a meaningful difference to applicants who are trying to maintain their livelihood, help more patients, et cetera, by getting licensed in different states.
Have there been any, has there been any feedback from states that you're working with regarding any challenges or complaints regarding the process?
We have implemented a lot of upgrades, I will say, in the process in the last couple of years on the basis of feedback that we had received. So, we do try to be very responsive. In general, as we've mentioned 100 times now, a lot of states want to get out of the business of administering practical exams, which is why we're looking at that so heavily moving forward. There are states who don't necessarily want to be in the business of telling us who's eligible to take the test. And we've been able to work with those states to create workflows that work for everyone, to where we're not just having the ILE be completely open access, which is problematic from an exam security perspective, but where it's not an administrative burden on the state in places where the state being the gatekeeper is not required. So we are able to customize our workflows in that way. We used to not provide test results directly to the candidates. At one time, that was something that a majority of states wanted, was they wanted to gatekeep the results. And then the tide sort of started to turn on that. And so now we have been able to implement where we are providing results directly to candidates, which has been a really meaningful positive change, both for the licensing agencies and for the applicants themselves. They don't have to wait to find out how they did on the test and have that, anxious waiting period, which is also then great for businesses, right? So that's been a really nice win-win-win. The ILE process in general works really smoothly. States that were using the old IHS practical exam and then upgraded to the new, they really appreciate the upgrades. I will say that for the practical exam, candidates are required to bring a laptop. They're required to bring a hearing aid and, the Link or what have you to connect the hearing aid to the computer to do a fitting during the exam. And when we first launched that, some states were sort of wary of that. They weren't sure how the candidates were going to react or if that was going to be a barrier. And I'm happy to say that it really has not turned out to be a barrier for folks. The vast majority of people who are testing are attached to a clinic. It's just the nature of this field. And so that was something that people were a little bit wary of, but that ultimately has turned out okay. So we do try to be very responsive to feedback that we're getting. And, obviously we're not, far along in this process. And I know that the board has a lot to consider, but we are always happy to provide references, for states that we have an established relationship with, because sometimes it's helpful for, your board members to be able to talk to the proctors, in Georgia or in Utah, that are using the test and can share that perspective. So we're always happy to do that as well, if that's something that's helpful to the board.
I have a question. What's the pass and fail rate for your exams?
Great question. The first time, so what I'm going to provide you some kind of like high level, because I know that, the meeting is public. So I don't necessarily want to get into all the nitty gritty. I am going to directly answer the question, but If we wanted to enter more of a discovery phase where we were, kind of talking just with the board, I know that works differently in different states, then we would be able to provide some more detail behind these numbers. But the pass rate for the practical is about 90%. And the pass rate for the ILE, we look at two numbers. We look at the first time pass rate, which is what it sounds like, people who are taking the test for the first time, what is their pass rate? And then overall administrations of the exam, what's the pass rate? And in the most recent quarter, which is Q2 of 2026 that we have data for, the first time pass rate was 65.8%, and the overall pass rate, I believe, was 59.5%. And those figures are pretty typical for us. So the first time pass rate usually sits between about 60 and 65%. And then the overall pass rate usually sits around 58 to 62%.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any further board discussion before we open up for public comment? All right, hearing none, I'd now like to ask the moderator to open public comment on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a comment on the item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed and we will give you a moment. We do have two comments. First from Donna Esquit. Donna, you will be seeing an unmute request on your screen. Please click on the request to make your comment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Esquid. I'm a dispensing audiologist. I have a few questions and comments. The first is the concern about the jurisprudence part of the exam and the laws. If somebody is coming in from out of state, and they've already passed the ILE exam, can they just take the jurisprudence exam, and then there would be, I assume, an additional cost for that person to take that portion of the exam, or would they have to take the entire ILE exam again?
Am I okay to answer Donna's questions? I don't know what the rules are, and I don't want to speak out of turn.
We should go ahead and take her comments and questions. She's got 3 minutes, and then you can respond after, I believe, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. My other comment was when Ms. Sharp was talking about the practical exam being somewhere between 2 and 2.5 hours. I know that the current practical exam is typically 65 minutes, if my memory is correct, which means that we would be doing less people per day than we currently are. And with the, costs, that's, I think, pretty significant. I know that typically we do 50 exams a weekend or over 2 days. And so that's a little bit of an issue. I'm a little concerned about the ear impression situation. As far as using a mannequin or a dummy, I don't think that's really real world. I mean, I understand that these people are trainees, but if they are testing to be competent to take ear impressions on patients, I think that they should be able to do it on a real person. Set up on a mannequin or dummy ear where there is no ear canal just is not efficient or doesn't seem to be significant. My other question is the thought here to allow audiologists to take the ILE exam as opposed to the current California written exam? And If so, why is not the praxis exam for audiologists considered then to be analogous with the ILE exam? So these are questions that I have. I mean, could
15
an
seconds.
could an audiologist take the ILE exam as opposed to the California dispensing written exam?
Okay, thank you so much for the questions and comments, Donna. So starting with your first question, which was about the jurisprudence piece. So if you have an applicant coming in from out of state, they've already taken the ILE and the practical exam, but they need to demonstrate their mastery and understanding of California jurisprudence relating to their profession. Would they be able to take only the jurisprudence exam? Or would they have to take the ILE as well? We would definitely be able to set this up so that they would only take the jurisprudence exam. That would really negate the benefits of adopting the national exam if they were going to have to take it again either way. So my hope is that the board would be amenable to setting up a system where people who only need the jurisprudence test only take the jurisprudence test. I would expect that there would be some kind of small fee associated with that. It sounds like we would work the logistics out with the board as far as who's collecting the money and all of that. But we would definitely set it up so that somebody could take only the jurisprudence piece. I'm gonna skip your question 2 just because I don't, I'm not super familiar with your current process. I feel like that's something more for the board to consider. Really number 3 about the ear impression and the use of a mannequin is similar. I will just note that there are mannequins that do actually have ear canals that are developed for this purpose. So that's something that the board could consider. And if we bring the administration of the exam in-house at IHS, we definitely would be using the mannequins that have the ear canals that are made for this industry and for that purpose. The fourth question is the thought here to allow audiologists to take the ILE. What about the praxis? How does that fit in? I'm not familiar with if audiologists and dispensing audiologists only have to take the praxis in California or if they have to take both the audiology praxis and the hearing aid dispenser exam. If they have to take both, again, I would defer to the board, obviously, but I would assume that in lieu of the current California dispensers exam, they would take the ILE instead. Certainly at IHS, we would not suggest that the ILE is equivalent to the audiology praxis or that it should be substituted for that. The exams serve 2 very different purposes. The ILE is focused on hearing aid dispensers and the scope of practice for that. So the ILE should not replace the praxis for audiologists. That would be an inappropriate use of the test.
Moderator, are there any more public comments on WebEx?
There is one more. Melissa, you will be seeing an unmute request on your screen. Please click on the request to make your comment. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Melissa Garofalo-Colmer. I am an audiologist, clinical audiologist at Cal State University, Northridge. I had just a similar sentiment to Donna about requiring audiologists who are dispensing to take this exam, especially when we're considering that we do have to take the praxis as well as audiologists. I think taking a hearing aid dispensing exam, a written exam, in addition to the praxis, if they're going to change the model and use another organization's exam, professionally, I think the praxis is more up to the scope of our license level and of our doctoral degrees. Secondly, I also feel one of the things that Ms. Burns was discussing was that the test takers are considered consumers in this component. And as someone who works in an AUD training program, I just want to advocate for our new graduates who are already having to pay a lot of fees, right, to be able to become a licensed dispensing audiologist. And this sounds like it may be more cost to them in addition to the amount of student loans they are already taking out and going to have to be paying back over the course of their career. So I just want to take that into account as well when we're considering adding in new programs. I also have concerns about the ear impression on a mannequin. We do have curl heads in our facility, and I will say taking an ear impression on a mannequin is night and day different than a real live person. And so I would have concerns about safety, especially if they're, if the block isn't appropriately placed on a mannequin, that's a really big problem. I can understand sometimes people's ear anatomies are different, but those ear canals are usually straight and wide and very easy to place. So without having the stops during the test, I do think that is problematic. And again, I do think that, having audiologists take a hearing aid dispensing the ILE exam is just not appropriate when we're already taking the Praxis, which covers, while it doesn't have the state legislative components, I think the current state practical or written exam and the practical exam cover things a little bit differently for the state of California to protect our consumers. So that is my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you both for your comments.
Moderator, can we check our locations as well?
Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no public comments at the Sacramento office.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There was no one from the public for public comment at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
No public comment at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you, moderator. We'll close public comment. I'd like to check in with board office staff and council. Do we need to circle back on any comment before we take a break for lunch?
No, we don't need to circle back.
Okay.
Don't believe there's any action that is taken here. There was no vote. I guess, are we just continuing the discussion for the future?
It seems to be the intent,
Yes.
and the board can let me know when they would like to discuss it again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the advisement. Okay. And thank you again for the presentation. We do appreciate the time. And thank you.
Thank you so much for having me and for the great questions. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And thank you, board, for the active discussion.
And board staff will just note that the materials and presentation will be posted to the website. After the meeting, we'll submit that to the department to get onto our website so that public can have access to those materials as well.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead and take a break for lunch for 45 minutes. So we will go ahead and go offline at this time at 12:51. Thank you.
So we'll return at what time?
Good afternoon. Want to check in with the moderator to see if we've started recording before I call the meeting back to order.
The recording is in progress.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon. We are reconvening an open session for our speech language pathology and audiology and hearing aid dispensers board meeting. I wanted to start again with roll call to ensure that we have our quorum and everyone is back. I'll start with myself, Gilda Dominguez, board chair. I am at the Galeras Family Education Center at 427 West Carroll Avenue, room 2 in Glendora. And I have two board members with me here. Dr. Amy White.
Hi there. I am at the board office, 1601 Response Road, Suite 260 in Sacramento. I have two board members and many board staff with me, no members of the public.
Thank you. Mr. Todd Borges.
Present, also at the Response Road address.
All right, thank you. Dr. Tamara Chambers,
Present, I'm at the Glendora address.
Ms. Maya Chupkov,
Here at the San Francisco location.
thank you. Mr. Francis David,
Here at the Glendora location.
Dr. Charles Sanders.
Present at the board office.
Thank you. And at the Glendora location, we do not have members of the public present. At the San Francisco location, do you have members of the public present there?
No members of the public here.
All right, thank you. Moving on, circling back to agenda item 5, for public comment for items not on the agenda, I would now like to ask the moderator to open public comment for items not on the agenda on WebEx and also at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for items not on the agenda, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen. Or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed and we will give you a moment. There are no public comments on WebEx. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no public members present for public comment at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There are no public members present at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 6, review and possible action to approve the April 3rd, 2026 board meeting minutes. I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The minutes include the board meeting with updates of board activities, including updates on the board sunset review, approval of legislative proposal to update the board's fingerprinting authority through the board sunset review, approval of positions on legislative bills, discussion on board's rulemaking process and regulatory priorities, and updates on the board progress in meeting its 2025-28 strategic plan goals. Also included are the minutes for the SLP practice committee and the audiology practice committee. I asked that board let me know if there are any edits to the minutes.
Thank you. I have for the speech language pathology practice committee draft on page 4 out of 18, and just minor spelling correction for my last name. Second large paragraph down on page 4, inserting the U, it's spelled D-O-M-I-N-G-E-Z, so adding the U there. And then on the 4th paragraph down, adding the E, it's spelled D-O-M-I-N-G-U-Z, so adding the E for my full name.
Change noted.
Thank you. Are there any other changes by board members for Ms. Lorenzo?
Can you, for page 3 of 16, third full paragraph, Ms. Lorenzo said that they are in the room with the SLPA. Can we put in physically in the room just to quantify that?
Where in the minutes? I could barely hear you.
Third sentence of third paragraph,
Which
page 3 of 18.
Oh, page 3 of 18.
On which page?
Page 3 of 18. Third full paragraph, line number 3. Ms. Leoranzo said that they are in the room with the SLPA. Can we put it just in physically in the room, just to make sure that that is in there, because they could be virtually in the room?
Immediate.
You're talking about Miss Lorenzo said that they are physically in the room?
Yeah, they are in, it just said in the, they are in the room. Can we add physically, just to quantify that?
Yes, it's noted.
Thank you.
Is there any additional board member comment or discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the April 3rd, 2026 board meeting minutes.
With the noted changes.
Yes, as amended.
This is Dr. Sanders, and I move to approve the board meeting minutes from April 3rd, 2026 as amended.
Thank you. And may I
Dr.
have a
White,
second?
second.
Thank you, Dr. White. I would now like to ask the moderator to open public comment on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. There are no WebEx comments. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no public members located here at the Glendora office.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
No public comment at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask Mr. Magat to conduct the roll call vote.
Ms. Gilda Dominguez,
Aye.
Dr. Amy White,
Aye.
Mr. Todd Borges,
Aye.
Dr. Tamara Chambers,
Aye.
Ms. Maya Chupkov,
Aye.
Mr. Francis David,
Aye.
Dr. Charles Sanders.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I'd like to move to agenda item 8, Board Chair's Report. I'd like to first start off by reviewing the meeting calendar for the remainder of the year for 2026. Our next meeting will be hosted at a site in Southern California on October 1st through 2nd, 2026. And our December 3rd through 4th, 2026 meeting will be hosted at a site in Northern California. Information will be forthcoming. With regards to our,
Ms. Dominguez?
yes,
Apologies, that we have an error that is on there. That's my fault.
Okay.
It's October 15th and 16th.
Thank you. Noted. Thank you. And a revision to the standing committees with our newest board member, as stated earlier. Ms. Chupkov will be now on the SLP Practice Committee, the Audiology Practice Committee, the Hearing Aid Dispensers Practice Committee, and the Ad Hoc Legislative and Regulatory Committee. So again, thank you. We do have 2 board vacancies at this time for a hearing aid dispenser and a public member. At this time, I would like to ask Mr. Borges to provide an update on the Hearing Aid Dispensing Committee meeting that was hosted this morning.
Thank you. We discussed a number of different things. We went over The OTC hearing aids and looking at whether or not we need to add information to our webpage, similar to the FDA's OTC hearing aid that they have on their website. We also discussed whether or not we want to ask the Attorney General's office to publish an updated consumer alert on OTC hearing aids, and whether or not the committee would recommend to the board for a separate booklet about hearing loss and hearing aids for adults. We have a current booklet that we went through with some ideas to update for some new technology that's not in there, and updates the verbiage for OTCs from future tense to present tense. And also we discussed whether or not we need to create some licensee education materials for the board to research and develop. And we decided to ask the board to put together at least 10 items that we can then use sort of as a jumping off point for what we might want to do. Just general information for people who are just getting their license, things we want to make sure that they're aware of, the laws and regs surrounding their new position, and some other items. That's what we covered.
Thank you, Mr. Borges, for the report. I'd like to now provide an update on the Speech Language Pathology Practice Committee meeting that was hosted this morning. Our first agenda item discussed addressed the amendment of regulations regarding scope of responsibility, duties, and functions of SLPAs related to feeding and swallowing therapy. The committee accepted board staff recommendations regarding revisions that address prohibited activities for clarity. And the committee also recommended the regulatory text to the board to initiate the rulemaking process and direct board staff to prepare the regulatory text for board review and approval. The committee also discussed agenda item addressing the consideration of foreign education for SLPAs. The committee requested that board staff conduct a needs assessment regarding SLPAs and also present information regarding how other professions address foreign education program inquiries. I'd like to now open for board discussion. Are there any comments, any discussion from our board?
Thank you.
Hearing none, I'd like to ask the moderator to open for public comment on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. There are no WebEx comments. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public present for public comment at this location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There is no public comment at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 9, the Executive Officer's Report. I would now like to ask Ms. Burns to present information on this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Minguet. So we are very happy to report that administratively, we are fully staffed. All of our ongoing funded positions are filled. We have a full office, yay, running on all cylinders. Very happy to report that. And the outreach updates. So since the board's April meeting, the board's executive officer, myself, has attended conference calls with representatives from all 3 of the professional associations, CASHA, CAA, and HHP. And on May 4th, I gave a presentation to the San Francisco State University
audiology and speech language pathology students on the board's role and responsibility of the Practice Act and their connection to the board as they get closer to licensure. And then some tips and advice to consider as future audiologists and speech language pathologists. Included in your materials is the updated budget report, which also has wonderful news that we are with our current year AG and our Attorney General and Office of Administrative Hearings augmentation. We are in the positive. So we are reverting at least 1.45% or $48,000, putting it back into our fund. So we are in the clear for the year. And that is a good thing. You can also see in the budget report, it's one of the attachments, that there's also the fund condition, which also shows again how our fund remains healthy this year and in the future outgoing years. Regulations, while there's not a whole lot of movement on that report right now because we report on the formal rulemaking packages in here, we do have a lot of work going on in the background to do some of the enforcement disciplinary guideline work, which has taken up a lot of regulatory time and work, but hopefully soon you'll start seeing packages in here again. So working on a lot of stuff behind the scenes, but to be continued. You will see these hopefully by the end of the calendar year. Licensing report, always happy to report that we have continued to keep our dramatically better timeframes ongoing. We continue to see improvements, and we always, of course, continuously monitor those online applications as well as keep looking for ways to tweak and make them better. So again, we keep providing the old table, but looking great, doing well, and very happy to be in the 1 to 2 week time frames all year long. Practical examination, the most recent practical was in March of 2026. The results are provided below. You'll see there's a 76% passage rate for that exam. The next practical exam is very close. It is next week on July 24th and 25th. So it's been a busy time at the board office. The enforcement report, definite growth in the board's intake and complaints. The board has received 245 complaints and subsequent arrest notifications through the fourth quarter. During that same time period, we issued 38 citations and fines, including those for CE and CPD violations. There's additional enforcement statistics provided in the separate enforcement report. We currently have 5 formal disciplinary cases pending at the Attorney General's office. We have 15 probationers, 5 that require drug or alcohol testing, and 4 that are in total status. And below that is a table of all of the actions, disciplinary actions taken in the last year. And then happy to report that all of the months, January through December of 2024, have either been audited or in progress to be finished. Those statistics are ongoing. October through December are still in the middle of their process to get that audit complete. And there are still a couple of stragglers in some prior periods, of course, due to extenuating circumstances that we're working with. I would note, some are seeing better passage rates than others, and there's just a lot of variance, and again, a lot of different circumstances and situations. But happy to report continued growth in our licensing population. We now can accommodate all of the applications we receive in a year, and that's just going to fluctuate based on the number of applicants we get. So at one point we were up in the 5,300 and 5,100, and this last year we just happened to only get 4,800. So, but keeping up with them, 1 to 2 weeks processing timeframes, continuous growth. The enforcement, that uptick is, we're now back looking at pre-pandemic levels. So it's been a long time since the board has seen this level of complaints. Not really. I mean, I'm seeing an uptick in convictions each year, but in the
300% increase in a 2-year window.
Well, some of it's internal complaints we're finding, like we mentioned, CE
citations. Once you have failed, you come into the citation and fine process. So 38 of those CE citations, those would have been 38 complaints. You open a complaint every time you issue a citation and fine, and you give them their due process through that process. There has been other things where we audit and take a look at things and then find things, such as the limited liability company issue. But overall, I would just say we are seeing an uptick in consumer and patient harm complaints, which I haven't normally seen at this board. So we're obviously looking into those. And then a lot of arrests and subsequent arrests. But yeah, outside of that, we've also, it's an unfortunate thing. Sometimes we get an uptick in anonymous complaints that are really hard to act on. So we can end up getting those about even the same person or the same respondent, for lack of a better word, that maybe unlicensed activity is happening, but that it's anonymous. So it's really hard to kind of get anywhere, especially if it's a repeat complaint, but it's still anonymous, then we can't follow up to get more evidence. So that, I think that's kind of sometimes the difficult part. We are seeing more anonymous complaints, and that those are really hard to follow up on or to get anywhere. But I mean, I don't think anyone thought we would have a prolonged, this prolonged of a low complaint and subsequent arrest intake that we had. So I think we're just coming out of the pandemic numbers.
Sharice, I'm sorry, there is someone that says they could not hear the question. They could hear your response, but not the question.
Would you like to repeat your question?
Do you remember?
It was, why was there such an increase?
Yeah, what was is there a pattern
there
for
a
the
pattern?
the increase in the number of complaints received? Considering two years ago, it was only 80, and now it's 245.
And then I would also suggest 2020 on was an artificial drop. So if I were to extend this to a landscape document and I gave you long ago, it would just look like, oh, okay, we're headed back to where we were.
Can I ask, on the CPD audit results, why don't the numbers add up? Is it because they carry over to like another month, so then they're added in with that one, or I'm not really sure?
They may be in the process of getting that exemption, but they're not done yet. So I do
Okay.
have a couple in these earlier months that are not done yet.
Okay,
And then citation issued would have been a failed, so you wouldn't add those up that way. So
okay,
you either passed, failed, or you got an exemption.
right,
But I do have some stragglers, like literally, I think it's like 5 or 6
okay.
in some of the earlier months. But they're like 1 in 1 month and 2 in another. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions about the executive officer's report?
All right, hearing none, I'd like to ask the moderator to open for public comment on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen. Or if you're an audio only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. I don't see any WebEx public comments. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There are no public comments at the San Francisco location.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 10, update on the board's 2026 Sunset Bill. I'd like to now ask Ms. Burns to present an update on the Sunset Bill.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. So just for short brevity context, every 4 years, the board is evaluated by the legislature, by the Assembly and Senate Business and Professions Committees. It's called the Sunset Review Process. We put together a 200-page report to answer all of their questions and provide all the data on how we've been performing for the last 4 years. I'm happy to report that it has been a smooth process. We went ahead and went to both hearings and had 0 questions asked of us. We continue to move on. Most of the provisions we have requested are going through the process. There have been also additional technical amendments that committee staff have asked or wanted to clarify, or their legislative counsel, which is their attorney for the legislature, has asked for. So we'll be providing those as we continue to move along. The biggest update would be that on April 22nd, we were notified of a request for amendments submitted to Senator Wahhab's office by the Hearing Healthcare Providers of California. It was described as technical amendments. These requested 3 specific things to provide explicit statutory authority for both hearing aid specialists and audiologists to order the use of prescription hearing aids and update definitions of hearing aid and other statutory features to cover the over-the-counter hearing aids. There was also the request to expressly recognize the International Hearing Society as an approved continuing professional development provider for hearing aid dispensers, and also to create a new statutory section that specified that the Board's Practice Act does not apply to the selling of over-the-counter hearing aids. So due to the substantive nature of these suggested amendments and the legislative calendar deadlines, which they're at recess right now, they come back in August, and then it's a fury to get it all done. So we would have had to have all of those discussions all prior to our April 20th hearing before the Assembly Business and Professions Committee. Those were not able to be taken. So we went ahead and used the Chapter 5 Board Administration and Staff legislation provisions of the Administrative Procedures Act, which the Administrative Procedure Manual that the board approved, and had the board chair and vice chair considered the 3 amendments. They voted to oppose the inclusion of these 3 amendments to the sunset bill. 1, because they're not technical amendments, and then 2, for the considerations in here. Part of that is that some of the laws and regulations, some of the laws still apply to over-the-counter hearing aids on the 3rd one. In the first one, when the over-the-counter hearing aid regulations went through back in 2022, Board Legal Counsel advised us that we didn't actually need to make any statutory updates, which the letter from the FDA to state agencies also mentioned. So we didn't think we needed to make any changes, but if we do make changes, we should have them considered at a board meeting and also make sure we have all the right cross-references. And then the second one about statutorily approving a hearing aid dispenser's continuing education provider. It's not technical because it's a complete wholesale change in how hearing aid dispensing continuing education is approved. And it's not currently on a provider basis, it's on a course basis. Of course, that conversation would need to be had at the board level and require quite substantial changes into the statutes and regulations, all of which are open for discussion, but would need to be at a full board meeting, and you'd need to have those conversations. And also need to make sure whatever we do would be cost neutral, right? Approving CE courses is not a money-making adventure, but we would need to make sure we don't somehow cost us more money by doing something. So those would be the considerations. We took the opposed position. This is the way we let you know about that position. So those amendments were not included in our sunset bill. That bill has been amended and is got a few more technical amendments from the legislative staff coming through, really just clean up all the sentences, and I think getting rid of or in there where it's not needed. And so those will move forward when they reconvene. And otherwise, there's not much else to do other than to say so far so good. The sunset bill continues to move on. And then hopefully by the end of the year, we're smooth sailing and we're ready with our new sunset date 4 years from now. Are there any
It's
questions?
all over again.
I know, all right, wash, rinse, repeat.
Yeah.
Any other board discussion regarding the update on the board's 2026 sunset bill? And thank you, Sharice, for your update. Hearing none, I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment at this time on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instruction will be. There are no public comments from WebEx. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public for public comment at our location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There are no members of the public at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We'll move to agenda item 11, discussion and possible action on the public comment raised at the April 3rd, 2026 board meeting regarding the creation of a database to support language access for licensees. I'd like to ask Ms. Burns to present information on the agenda item at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. So this agenda item was a public comment that was submitted via email and read at the April 3rd board meeting. And this was about requesting that a second language proficiency be part of the information in the public license search database, as the person's comment, their family member had suffered a stroke and then they had delay in finding appropriate care that was able to be provided in Farsi for the aphasia and apraxia that was a result of the stroke. So we wanted to start off this conversation, which is a very interesting one. So the Medical Board of California provides additional information related to their licensees, and it is displayed in the DCA search. And it includes things like activities in medicine, specialty, practice status, zip code, a primary practice location, cultural background, and foreign language fluency. But this was all initiated and created in statute, and they were given statutory authority, number one, to create this or to collect this, but also to display it. And it was all part of an Assembly Bill 1586 back in 2001. So this was actually the bill was sponsored by the Medical Association. So the Medical Association was actually the one hoping to get additional information that was better about their licensees. They weren't getting enough information about physicians, so that's where they wanted to get it. So that was the impetus for their bill. But it's what did authorize the medical board to do this voluntary collection about language proficiency. And then they placed that information on their website. But the one thing I would note is while it is on there when you search, like if you search a person, a specific physician, you can see what other languages and specialties they have, but you can't actually use the search to find that language. Unfortunately, it's not actually a searchable item. So that's not completely, it doesn't work the way that maybe a consumer would want if I say, I'd like to be able to come and search or even just look who all can speak Farsi or who all in Los Angeles County also speaks Farsi. So I think that's a little bit of a difference. And so I've provided what the medical board does collect and what they have on their website. So that's something you can see. But I would just suggest that, again, what they have is maybe not what the public comment is intending. Not that we don't want to explore it, but just that, what they are collecting is not really a searchable way to find things. But, again, access to care is a really important thing. And with our fragmented healthcare system, it can create a really difficult barrier to care. And it's addressed in definitely uneven ways. You know, as a patient in one healthcare group, I can look for a physician or a speech pathologist or an audiologist through my healthcare company, and I can look by language, but that's not in every insurance provider, right? So depending on your HMO or who you get care with, or you know, maybe you're just using the marketplace, it becomes very hard to find care. So if the board wants to discuss this further and maybe seek some sort of statutory authority, you know, first we want to, you know, get the statutory authority to request this of our licensees, request voluntary, and then to display it on our public website. But also we might need to look at what are the other technology ways we can accommodate this to actually either, number one, even just make a directory. It can be as simple as collecting information on an annual basis, but it comes out in a spreadsheet and anybody can download it at any time. And it just has the address of record at that time. There's a variety of ways we could look at between super low tech and higher tech. But the one comment being using the DCA search is possibly not the best opportunity. While you can look at the physician's language proficiency when you look up them, you can't look for them by the language they speak. That's currently not a feature that I was able to locate when I was using the DCA search. So we would probably need to engage the DCA Office of Information Services on kind of what really are the opportunities if we want to look at this. And again, depending on, you know, if the board's okay with it, but we don't want to put a ton of resources to it, is it acceptable to try to address the issue, ask for the statutory authority, collect whatever we collect voluntarily, and every year we put it in a spreadsheet and we make it available, make it downloadable. I mean, there's plenty of ways to come at a problem, but that's kind of we wanted to show you what MedBoard has to do by law, what do they do, what's on their search, but also that, like, if we really want to address this kind of an issue, or if we want to discuss it further, or if you just want staff to research further and then bring it back once we know what kind of technology options there are, that's also an option as well. So kind of bring it all to you, let you see what's out there, and see where the board would like to go. I do appreciate that this is a consumer reaching out to us about the provision of services. We don't always get a lot of consumer outreach. So I thought that was at least something positive. And if there's any way the board can assist in this, that would also be positive. But we would have it. I don't think it would work that way if you actually wanted it to be searchable, or, you know what I mean? So.
All right, thank you. I'd like to open it up for board discussion.
So right now, am I understanding, Sharice, that if I'm looking at the physician survey data that was shared in the attachment, if I wanted to click on someone that spoke Arabic, I couldn't just click on that, you know, the number, the column under Arabic, and it would show me the person. So it's really just doing a count. It's not actually showing you who the provider is.
So unfortunately, yeah, the way the bill was written, CMA wanted data, and that is the data that comes out of the survey. Now they also have the authority to post that information on the search. So you can look up your physician and you can see what information they voluntarily provided. And it's down at the bottom if you search a physician. But you can't search for a physician by looking for that language. Mm-hmm. So it's unfortunately not searchable in that way.
So we're going to be talking about it a little bit later, but the website, talking about it being updated and fresh and all that. There's no way to, when that is done, that we can attach a searchable in the website to look for someone.
It'd be great
on our website, or is that basically feedback to DCA? So it'd have to be done at that level, not at our little at our level. Also.
We'd have to go to DCA first to see what's possible. So we do have the new website platform that will be up and live in a couple weeks, and we'll talk about later. But what kind of options are available to us? What kind of tools can DCA create that could feed something like that? We'd have to meet up with DCA first to find out, to see, because there's many ways you can do, create little portals within a website or different things. I just don't know what all the opportunities would be. But that doesn't mean there isn't a way to make it happen or to request it and ask and see what can be done. Or even to say, hey, DCA, can we make the language a searchable feature on DCA search? And is that something that could be implemented in the future? Right now, it's not. But, you know, our first step would, of course, be getting the authority to collect all the information from our licensees in the first place. So, and again, it is voluntary information, but again, that statute, right, gives us the authority or requires that we do something.
Yeah. I don't know, Gilda and Francis, I just think like an audiology and maybe even hearing aid dispensing, you know, having a translator, using a translator is reasonable in many cases, but I could see where in speech pathology, it's a totally different ballgame if you're working on production for language and you're not speaking the language of your client. I mean, how does that impact your care, your provision of care?
I know I'm personally aware of resources that we have available to staff, whether it be through video, where you're dialing in or accessing someone on camera on a phone for a certain language, or accessing trained, skilled interpreters as well. But again, it's really nice to be able to have that direct contact in the primary language of the patient or the client. But you know, for our national, right, I'll just segue.
Yeah.
For our national certification,
Organization.
yes, organization, there is, I'm gonna turn it over to Francis. There
Yes,
is a way to search.
There is a way to search if you wanted different languages. So one of their filters would be other languages for multilingual service provider. So they have that as a searchable filter for ASHA.
So, yeah, so I guess my question more was, do you feel like as a speech language pathologist, you know, using the translation services that we have available in our hospitals and, you know, video, whether it's video call, you know, or have someone come in person, does it impact the patient's ability, the client's ability to progress or to be successful in speech language without having someone, you know, without having the SLP actually have their native language, have a mastery of that native language? Or does it, or just having translators see to serve the purpose and the patient or the client can proceed, you know, as expected?
I personally, using translators doing evaluations, I need to have a trained translator because I've had translators where it would add or would. So I need to have somebody who's specifically trained on on translating, especially clinical procedures. I cannot get just somebody who can speak a language.
I think it's also those who aren't comfortable or familiar with working with an interpreter. I've seen that there's challenges that someone's giving a direction to the interpreter. Well, can you tell the patient to do this versus talking to the patient saying, will you try to do this? But the natural pragmatics and conversation is impeded if you're using a translator, interpreter, and having someone who's speaking the language of the patient or the client, I think is optimal.
Okay, so you would say it's kind of a barrier to care, or
It can be a
barrier to
barrier.
Yes, it
receiving
can be. Yes.
optimized care?
Yes.
It can be, yes.
What are your thoughts in audiology and hearing aid dispensing?
I would think that it's more based on the provider themselves, and especially in private practice and things like that. It's almost advertising. By telling public that these services are available, that's good for the licensee.
I haven't found it to be as much of a, having a translator, I mean, of course, you're hoping that they're translating exactly what you're saying and not adding or subtracting, but you know, in our hospital systems, I don't think I haven't found it to be as impactful. That's why I was wondering about speech, because in audiology and hearing aid dispensing, I imagine you're just explaining something. You're not trying to get your client to reproduce something, you know, that you're demonstrating. So I think it's more complicated in speech pathology.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. I think if we're dealing with language impairments and deficits and intelligibility, speech, cognition, yes, we can do that with a service, but I think it is optimal with someone who can connect directly with the patient and even the family as well. If you're doing any type of caregiver training, family training, to have that information.
Well, I would think as a member of the public, that's what I would want, right? I mean, I want someone who speaks the language that, you know, I speak, so that way it's more direct. And that makes perfect sense to have something surgical like that.
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna want that.
Yeah.
Because it's just not the same.
I guess I was
It's
just
a
wanting.
comfort level. Right?
Yeah, I was just wanting to make sure, you know, if we're looking at resource use, you know, that
Right.
it is addressing something that is not an actual, that's the wrong word. It's not just a nice to have, it really does impact the delivery of care. And it sounds like it does. So I would suggest that we go ahead and look at, you said we need to look at the statutory authority to collect that information first.
And we can be engaging with the Department of Consumer Affairs Information Services folks as well to say, you know, our board is looking at it. We want to open up the statutory authority to get the information, but we want to make sure that as we collect it, we make it a searchable database for them to like locate a provider. So I think that's where we can engage those conversations, you know, as we're figuring it out and getting because anytime we go for statutory authority for anything, it's a proposed legislation, right? So it won't come up until we'll take a look at it in the fall/winter. You guys would approve it by the December board meeting if you're going to do it, and then we'd go for it next year. And bills, if we get an author, we move that way. But we can be engaging DCA as well in the meantime to see what's an opportunity. Or, you know, or if it's just some feature that we didn't turn on and turn on the button.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, like there's many times things that it's like, well, it currently doesn't do that, but it's not that it can't.
Right.
Do we want it to, or is it turned on, right? I don't know. I'm just saying there's many times where that's no one's asked yet, you know?
But we don't collect that information anyways, right? Right now.
Currently, this board does not.
Because it's not statutory authority.
Exactly.
Okay, got it.
And they went before and did all that over at MedBoard. We also, any of the information that our licensees currently provide to HCI, which used to be OSHPD, so the information licensees that renew online have to submit with their renewal. That information doesn't come to the board itself. It goes to DCA, which is aggregated. And so it's not collected based on you as the provider. Yes, you have to say something. You have to answer each question, but it's not like you with your personal identifiers goes off to HCI. So it's not like we would say, oh yeah, you know, this person's cultural background is this and so on. We don't connect all that data together. We just send them the aggregated data. So I think there's some more work to do, but it could be done. And if the board thinks it's a viable path, staff will research it and prepare a proposal for you later in the year.
do we need like a motion to, you can direct staff. I would need a motion once I have a legislative proposal, right? Yeah. So.
I just have one comment slash question. So for this data, this potential database, are we only having it be searching for language proficiency, or will there be other things we can kind of search alongside that? I only ask because of like, even though you find a provider that speaks the right language, and they might not be like covered by your insurance. And so, and then also like if you'd rather go in person, like is that person geographically located in your area? So I just want to make sure because that, they're not having to like search multiple databases to find information about that.
And that can also be the other question, while this is the impetus to start the conversation, is language the only thing you want?
A location search.
Well, I mean, anything that's already in our database, their name, their address of record.
License number, all of that.
Yeah,
It'll
that
just
could
title
be a
that,
standard
so.
part. But the part about, do you accept insurance? What insurance providers do you accept?
No.
I know, that gets dicey pretty quickly. Or do you just want to guess, no, do you accept insurance? Or are you all private pay? I'm just mentioning that there can be other questions. I'm trying to look up a position right now so that I can tell you what,
I think once it gets into the insurance issue, that there is some potential liability for the board. So I would recommend against that question because carriers change, or they change who their providers are so often. And we wouldn't want to be in the position where we said, well, we recommended that you go to Sutter or whoever, and then all of a sudden they have to out of pocket pay. So again, I'd be leery on that. But everything that's in Breeze would obviously be still searchable. So that is what would happen. It's all the licensee information, the address of record, the contact number, sometimes email addresses, sometimes not, depends on what the statutory authority is. I don't think you guys have email addresses, but I mean, just saying there are some.
it's only for the board's use.
Right.
But so, when I look up, I'm looking up my own personal position. My primary care provider, it does talk about, he works in internal medicine. It just has general stuff, are there secondary areas of practice?
Yes.
What are the practice activities, direct patient care? And then they can choose to tell you if they're a primary practice location, secondary. They can provide their language fluency. They provide other information, but, race and cultural background. That's part of, again, their statutory authority was looking to collect other information, but, yeah,
It would be really helpful to have areas of practice, like hearing aids or implants and hearing aids
Balance.
balance, et cetera. And then of course, all the speech language pathology options that I can't throw out there because I don't know them.
I was just gonna say, do you treat, swallowing disorders?
Yeah,
There's
stroke.
a lot of
Right.
that don't do certain things.
Right.
And so those kind of secondary,
Eating.
practice activities could be helpful.
Once you, the answer you're looking for with the board, then you find them, where do they work? Then you can go into there to find all the other, they provide
Right.
better affirming care, they provide
Right.
orientated care,
Exactly.
those sorts of things, which even the
Right. So, I mean, I think it's starting from one aspect, but it does have the option to have additional, but, with that legal recommendation, of course, caveat about the insurance, unfortunately. So, yeah.
That can be
I mean,
done.
telehealth might be something. to
Oh,
think
yeah,
of, Like,
you
do you
provide-
offer telehealth?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how well that works for all of your practices, but some of it is really important, specifically for like areas that don't have a lot of SLPs or.
So I guess the answer to one question is yes, we want to talk about it.
All right. So you are directing staff to bring it back to you as a legislative proposal. All right.
And I think, I just wanted to add though, or, adding things like telehealth and certain, uh, like procedures that someone does, areas of specialty. If someone puts down telehealth and maybe, and they've submitted this to DCA or the board or however it is communicated, but then they change jobs, right? So then there has to be some type of system in place that makes this able to be fluid, to be changed, because someone may now leave a job that goes somewhere else and they don't have the setup for telehealth as they did in their previous job. So things can change.
Could it pop up on like your renewal, when you do your renewal?
Yeah,
That
so
it's
you can only change it every
like
2
reflected again?
years. What if it happens with mid cycle?
Well, when you change jobs, you have to notify the board when you change practice locations.
Speech pathologists don't.
Oh,
Oh, really?
Sorry.
Okay, I was gonna ask, I was just gonna say the same, thing, but okay, there we go.
Because they are allowed to have an address of record. Their address of record is a public address of record, but it can be any public address of record that they choose. So their primary address, their address of record doesn't have to be their primary business location, like it for our dispensing licensees.
Appeal box.
Okay, well, there you go.
Yeah, and that's again, there are differences, and so there's that.
But if they needed to change their address of record,
They
their
absolutely-
process, so
They
they
can use
can
the
tell you.
address change.
So then there could be some sort of
Yeah.
form that you create that says, I need to change from telehealth to whatever.
Now, here's
That's
gonna
smart.
be my caveat. I'm
Address.
gonna say, the caveat to all this is, right now, we have a very old database. We're not in Breeze, we're in a different system. And that system does not have a slot for language or these other things you are mentioning. So, it may not be something that gets stored in the licensing database as much as it might be a separate data source. So is that updatable potentially? Would I recommend something where you'd want to keep updating it over and over? Probably not, but maybe having the last updated so that it was like, you can see, oh, well, this was what she said she works in this primary location, but that was 2 years ago.
Yep, okay.
Something like that.
Mhm.
Because at this point, even knowing what you said 2 years ago is better than what we have now, but just, it's not like to the minute,
Yeah, I like the suggestion of having like the last updated date. That's helpful. Or a refresh date or whatever it is.
I did want to add another thing, just going back to the insurance, just because like that, I feel like is just always on people's minds. Like people can't afford healthcare right now. That's just the reality. And so I think that if there also can be research done, like maybe we don't like explicitly say which like insurance provider, but maybe we can like have some like language attached to the database that says like if you want to inquire about insurance, we recommend reaching out directly to that provider, or I don't know, something like that, because people are just, like I think that's just on top of people's minds, and I think that's just going to be a question that is going to come up a lot for anyone that interacts with this d- d- database. But if that's something we can't do, then totally understand, but just wanted to raise that again.
I'm curious if it, so it would, in an alternate way to find out the same information, we don't currently store any of this information, right? So we have to create some sort of data source, but to inquire about insurance coverage, couldn't people provide their website? So each,
Even if you wanted that to be part of what pops up in the search, so if they pull up Amy White, they see where I work, and if I wanted to provide my
Yeah,
website
if
information.
and that way, when you want to inquire about insurance, you go to your website and
But sometimes it doesn't work like that. Like
Yeah.
sometimes you must call insurance company first to determine whether they will pay for that.
Yes.
And oftentimes I'll be like, well, I'll pay for it, but I won't pay for it with her, but I'll pay for it with him, you know, and you're like, okay. But it really does work like that. It's like crazy. So.
I personally never put insurance carriers that I took or didn't take on.
Yeah.
Because it was changing all the time.
Yes, it
There was, like,
changes
no way
constantly.
to keep up with
From
it.
year to year, it just changes constantly.
I don't think it's a bad idea to allow a link to to find that person, whether it's to Sutter's provider page or, if they wanted to. Or the company they work for. But I don't know if that really gets at the insurance thing, but.
Right, like without creating a liability on us, but
Mhm.
providing a way for them to search it.
I mean,
Honestly,
that's why
I mean,
God
the
invented Google.
disclaimer that you said, we recommend reaching out to your provider. I think that is perfectly fine to put something like that on there. We also could say we recommend that you reach out to your insurance provider, which is
Yes.
different than that provider. Because that's not really giving them legal advice. It's just telling them like, this is, before you get services, this is what you should do. I think that would be helpful from a consumer standpoint, and we are to protect consumers. So that could be something, what do I do if I want to find this provider, and, something maybe that you want to discuss.
Like information
FAQs
about
or
the
something.
searching, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And that would be totally fine.
Yeah. Not as
Like-
legally concerning to
Exactly.
you.
I have to squeeze myself.
Think
No,
about
it's-
the work at the VA, they're all gonna be posted on this and no one
That's
can go there.
Yeah,
So they're speaking from a complete.
Yeah, and there are speech pathologists, for example, that work for hospital organizations, and I wouldn't feel as real comfortable providing insurance information to someone who has been directed to call me from a website. I would say, you call your insurance. Like, I don't want to give them the wrong information and then set them up for a possible adverse situation.
Yeah, I think the disclaimer, such as it is, would be best to direct to have you call your insurance company to ask if that provider's covered or whatever. I agree, Gilda.
All right, any other further discussion before we open for public comment? All right, I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment at this time on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen. Or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. There are no public comments on WebEx. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento office.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public present for public comment at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There are no members of the public present at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you. Thank you, moderator. I'd like to move on to agenda item 12. With regards to the legislative report, review, discussion, and possible action to take or modify a position on proposed legislation. This includes the legislative calendar and deadlines and bills with position taken by the board. I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to provide the legislative report at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The first item in the report is the legislative calendar deadlines. As you can see, the legislature is well into the second year of the 2-year legislative session. Since our last meeting, bills that did not pass the House of Origin deadline have died. Fiscal committees have until August 14th to report bills to the floor for the legislator to consider before the August 31st deadline. The next item on the report is bills with position. The board's position letters were submitted as directed, and an amendments to SB 1130 were accepted. And for that reason, the board is now neutral on the bill. I won't read all of them, but the board is welcome to discuss any of them. A copy of the bills can be found in your meeting materials under tab 12B. The next item is, in the report, is item C, bills on watch status, which starts on page 4 of the memo. Again, I won't read them all, but the board is welcome to discuss any of them. But I do want to highlight a few. There is 15 bills that have died due to failure to meet the deadlines. And there's one that is being prepared for the governor, which is SB 1204 regarding administrative regulations. Board staff will continue to monitor bills that did not die or are on their way to the governor's office. And a copy of those bills, the bills that have been amended since the board last met, can be found in your meeting material under tab 12C. The next item in the report is item D.
Okay, thank you.
Do you still need me to continue?
Yes, as I was going to cue you on that one, cue you in, that you're going to provide the bill analysis and ask you to present that information. So thank you.
For bills with positions?
Yeah, yes, bills with position
Recommendation?
recommendation, yes. Yes, thank you.
The next item in the report is item D, bills with position recommendations, which starts on page 22 of the memo. Board staff is recommending and oppose unless amended positions for 2 bills, as we need delayed implementations of at least 6 months to make the necessary changes to our online applications now that we are online. And that is SB 1775 regarding veterans, which will require the board to expedite and assist the initial licensure process for an applicant who were discharged or received a discharge solely as a result of executive order number 14183 issued on January 27th, 2025 regarding transgender people and military service. The board currently expedites and assists with initial licensure process for applicants who are honorably discharged military members on active duty and enrolled in the Department of Defense Skill Bridge program, or a military spouse or partner. So we would just be required to ask, if chaptered, we'd be required to ask this qualifying question on the application. The other bill is AB 1811 regarding health professionals, which would require the board to collect workforce data at the time the license or registration is issued for online applications only. The board currently requires to collect this information at the time of renewal if renewed online. A copy of these bills can be found in your meeting materials under tab 12D. And I do have a motion language if we need to take a motion language. Motion on it.
You would just need a motion. Okay. Or if they want to take that position. The proposed position is opposed unless amended, just for the need of delayed implementation. But again, it's always up to the board, so, and we would take them one at a time.
All right, well, I'll defer for board discussion on the items.
Okay, thank you. I'll open up board discussion for, did you want to start with AB 1775?
Yes.
Okay. Open up board discussion on AB 1775 regarding the veterans. Do we want to accept the position recommendation for opposed unless amended due to the need for delayed implementation clause to be included in the bill? That is the discussion. I'm okay with that.
I agree with the recommendation.
So do I.
Yeah, I agree.
So let's see, the motion language can be moved to approve and oppose unless amended position on AB 1775 regarding veterans, and direct board staff to draft and submit a letter to the author, and if any committee, to allow for delayed implementation of at least 6 months to make the necessary change to our online applications.
So
Okay. Thank you. May we have a second?
Second.
And may I ask, just for confirmation, who,
Sanders.
thank you, Dr. Sanders. And who seconded?
Borges.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to now ask the moderator to open public comment on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen. Or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. There are no public comments on WebEx. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There are no members of the public at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. We'll move on to the second bill with the position recommendation. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I'd like to ask Mr. McGott to conduct the roll call vote at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Gilda Dominguez,
Aye.
Dr. Amy White,
Aye.
Mr. Todd Borges,
Aye.
Dr. Tamara Chambers,
Aye.
Ms. Maya Chupkov,
Aye.
Mr. Francis David,
Aye.
and Dr. Charles Sanders.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to the second bill with position recommendation. It's AB 1811, health professionals.
Yeah, so the motion language is to move to approve and oppose unless amended position on AB 1811 regarding health professionals and direct board staff to draft and submit a letter to the author and if any committee to allow for delayed implementation of at least 6 months to make the necessary changes to our online applications.
May we have the motion from board member?
So moved.
Thank you.
So moved, Dr. Sanders.
Thank you, Dr. Sanders. May we have a second?
Dr. White, second.
Thank you, Dr. White. I'd like to now ask the moderator to open for public comment.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. There are no public comments on WebEx. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There are no members of the public at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Well, thank you. I'd like to now ask Mr. McGott to conduct the roll call vote.
Thank you. Ms. Gilda Dominguez,
Aye.
Dr. Amy White,
Aye.
Mr. Todd Borges,
Aye.
Dr. Tamara Chambers,
Aye.
Ms. Maya Chupkov,
Aye.
Mr. Francis David,
Aye.
and Dr. Charles Sanders.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I'd like to now ask Ms. Lorenzo to present the bills with watch status recommendation, E.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The last item in the report is bills with watch status recommendation, which starts on page 23 of the memo. These bills were reported at the last meeting as items to add to a future agenda. I won't read them all, but the board is welcome to discuss any of them. I do like to highlight a few, and that is 3 bills have died due to failure to meet the deadlines. Board staff recommend the board continue to watch the remaining 3 as they impact how licensees practice or how the board operates, but do not need an official position from the board. A copy of these bills can be found in your meeting material under tab 12E. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting all these bills to us. I'd like to open up for board discussion regarding the watch bills. All right, hearing none, I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. There are no public comments on WebEx. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There are no members of the public at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you. Before we move on to agenda item 13, I'd like to check in with board office staff. Is this the time that we would like to take a break, or do we want to proceed first with agenda item 13 and then take a break?
I think we technically have to take a break
Okay.
by law for staff, so.
Well, I didn't know
Now-
if, I know 3 o'clock was the cutoff time, but I didn't know if we wanted to try to start agenda item 13. So I'll take the advisement. We'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we will reconvene in 15 minutes. Thank you. Can we put the time on the board? Thank you.
At 3:11.
Thank you. All right, thank you. We are returning back from our 15-minute break this afternoon and reconvening our speech language pathology and audiology and hearing aid dispensers board meeting. I will go ahead and call roll again, and also announce if there are any members of the public there with you. I'll start with myself, Gilda Dominguez. I am at the Glarus Family Education Center at 427 West Carroll Avenue, room 2 in Glendora. And I'm here with 2 board members, and there are no members of the public present with us. Dr. Amy White.
Yes, ma'am. We're at the board office at 1601 Response Road, Suite 260 in Sacramento. I'm here with 2 board members and multiple board staff, and there are no members of the public here.
Thank you. Mr. Todd Borges.
I am here at the Response Road address.
Thank you. Dr. Tamara Chambers.
Here and with you in Glendora location.
Thank you. Ms. Maya Chupkov.
I am here at the San Francisco location.
Thank you. Do you have any members of the public with you?
No members of the public here.
Thank you. Mr. Francis David.
Here with the Glendora location.
Thank you. And Dr. Charles Sanders.
Here at the Response Road location.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with agenda item 13, update on board and DCA progress to improve the board's website to increase accessibility and user friendliness. I'd like to now ask Mr. Magat to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. The board's website platform is multiple versions behind the current state standard and will soon lose technical support. The board needed to transition its content to the newest state website platform, which required board staff to review and update the current content and forms on its website to minimize unnecessary transfer of outdated content or forms. Beginning in October of 2025, board staff established a working committee to systematically review and update the content and forms on the board's website for clarity, understanding, accessibility, and user friendliness. In March 2026, the Department of Consumer Affairs Office of Information Services initiated the technical process of migrating the board's website content to the new website platform with feedback and direction from board staff. The overall objectives of the migration to the new website platform were to bring a modern and accessible visual design for both desktop and mobile view, update outdated information as a result of regulatory procedural changes, create consistency across all forms, and consolidate duplicate information across certain web pages. The website redesign project is in its final stages and is expected to go live by August 2026. Unfortunately, the website is still under development and can't be shared publicly yet, but in your board meeting materials and Agenda 13 are visual examples of the changes and updates made to our website. Our current board website was found to be very text heavy, so it was broken up with more visuals, large buttons, and information that were broken down into visual boxes. In this day and age, a majority of users use mobile phones, so mobile view of our website was considered by reducing the scrollable content and separating into its own page when appropriate. In the licensing and applicants page, common applicant questions raised to the board when accessing information was heavily considered for user friendliness. So application resources for each license type is provided in its own dedicated page. An example of this is each aid registration type has its own page rather than having to go into the speech language pathologist or audiologist page. This is the same for the SLPAs, no longer having to go into the SLP page to find information for that. Information page, we created its own page rather than a link in the consumer page. And then the forms and publications were reviewed for consistency. Some forms provided instructions for fax submission, which is no longer an option, or provide processing times that are more accurate to our 1 to 2 week processing time. They're also using the same fonts and more consistency across all of our forms. Sorry, the website again will go live in August, but being in the new state website platform provides stronger support to update content website will be much easier moving forward.
So as stated, it's coming up soon. It'll be out in August. We hope to give you a peruse it through on the video, but we're just not able to do that quite yet. But yeah, updated graphics, better look and feel. And then, of course, as we continue to update educational and outreach materials, we'll update those on the website as well. And just excited to get this change underway.
When we talk about it having better accessibility, I'm not a tech person at all. Does DCA provide like someone who actually knows all the things about accessibility for people that are visually impaired to access the website? Is that part of the whole thing?
Their website design team has people that are trained in all of that. So
Okay.
they take care of all that.
Wonderful.
For us. It's definitely not us. So.
Yep.
And in the materials that we are going to present at the 2 conventions we're doing in the fall, we have some of this information built. So it's CAA and San Francisco that we're presenting will just be available for present to them.
The new website?
Yeah, to tell them all about
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Should we put that in our PowerPoint?
We can. We can tell them about the updated website and that it should be easier to find information. A little more accessible. And give them a little preview, some cute little snapshots. I would say that it took us a good deal of consternation and time to figure out a new graphic for our website.
Remember hearing about that, I think,
Yes.
at our last meeting.
Believe it or not, the updated platform doesn't allow for the scrolling, shifting visual graphic. It's more mobile friendly, but it doesn't do the slideshow effect. And I was like, but I have 3 different professions. Like I need visuals of all the things. And so then it became a how best to display it. And so hopefully everyone enjoys our effort to get some new graphics and some new visuals. Some of that created also another wonderful graphic that I hope to incorporate into our PowerPoints based on our colors, but using the same icons, but in a different way with more colorful. So hopefully this is just one step in the updating outreach, and then who knows, maybe some more branding look and feel work in the future. So just getting all modern.
Exciting.
Nice.
Fancy.
I think it looks great. Great work.
Thank you. And thank you for your contributions. It was definitely picking people's brains to get the right visual graphics for this kind of stuff. So
Absolutely.
trying to be representative.
Yes. Is there any additional board discussion? I'd like to now ask the moderator to open public comment on WebEx and at the locations at this time.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. There are no public comments on WebEx. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There are no members of the public at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to agenda item 14, the regulatory report, update, review, and possible action on board regulation packages. We have several, A through D. I'd like to ask Ms. Lorenzo to present information on this agenda item at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. I actually have no updates to my report since the last meeting. We still have 4 on hold for the reasons stated in the report, and that's HAD trainee temporary licensee, HAD dispensing audiologist examination requirements, approved institution and fingerprint requirements. We hope to provide more information on when these proposed rulemaking can move forward at a future meeting when we have more discussion on the board's regulatory priorities. So that concludes my report, unless anyone has questions on what's in the report.
Thank you. Any board discussion on this agenda item? I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment at this time on WebEx and at the locations.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. We have one public comment on WebEx. Melissa, you're going to see a unmute request on your screen. Please click on the request to make your comment. Thank you.
Hi, this is Melissa Garafello-Comer again from CSUN. I'm sorry for the follow-up question. I was just wondering for item B, is there a timeline from when the board will be looking at putting together the regulatory package? This is a frequently asked question as somebody at a university program, that we get from students. So I would just love to have some additional feedback to provide. Thank you.
All the items on the reports have been presented to the board for approval. It's just board staff were preparing the documents to move into the next change of the rulemaking process. Like I mentioned previously, is that they are on hold to work on some other items, and that we will have discussion on when they can move. And unfortunately, we just don't have that exact calendaring quite yet. So yeah, so I mean, they've been presented to the board, any item that's on this report, they've just been put on hold.
And I would tell you that as the executive officer, my hope and anticipation is that next year that we would be able to go out and move.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm just advocating for my students. I appreciate all the work you all do.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question.
All right, moderator, are there any other requests for public comment?
There are no other WebEx public comments. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There are no members of the public at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you. I'd like to move on to agenda item 15, solicitation of future agenda items. I'd like to ask board members and staff if there are any future agenda items that they would like to propose for a future meeting at this time.
This is Todd Borges. It wasn't explicitly said, so I just want to make sure that we have for a future agenda item discussing the IHS licensing written and practical exam with the board going forward.
Thank you. Any other requests for future agenda items from board members and staff?
This is Dr. White. I'm not sure what's most appropriate, so I'll take some recommendations here to ask that we discuss this issue about the auditory processing that was brought up earlier by a member of the public. And I'm not sure if this really should be a board discussion or maybe something to go to the audiology practice committee, you know, or what the best way to broach that topic or discussion might be, but I do think it probably warrants further discussion.
Thank you.
That would go to board.
I'm thinking future agenda item for the board to discuss which directions it ought to go and if it should be one or the other.
Actually, since you bring that up, it reminds me, because I wasn't sure for the future discussion for the ILE, is if that should be at the hearing aid dispensers committee, start there, or if we just throw it out to the full board for discussion. I wasn't sure if there was if we needed an extra step of doing the committee or the full board. I mean, I'm very happy with it just going to the board and taking away that extra little step of the committee talking about it, but I just wanted to make sure.
If and when the committee's got to look at regulations to pin down some language, that would maybe be the delineation is to send it to the committee to help draft some regulatory language. But I think the board has to make a decision on direction first.
Right, perfect,
So, yeah.
awesome.
For some reason, I thought you meant the post-bac, not the CAPD.
Yeah.
Right? Yep.
Any other further board discussion? For office staff? Hearing none, I'd like to ask the moderator to open public comment for future agenda items on WebEx and other locations.
This is the moderator. For members of the public on WebEx, if you would like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon on your WebEx screen, or if you're an audio-only participant, you may press *3 on your device. Instructions will be displayed. There are no public comments on WebEx. Are there any public comments at the Sacramento office?
There are no members of the public in the Sacramento location.
Are there any public comments at the Glendora office?
There are no members of the public present at the Glendora location.
Are there any public comments at the San Francisco office?
There are no members of the public at the San Francisco office.
It appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 16 regarding closed session. There are no disciplinary matters to discuss in closed session today. So therefore, we will go ahead and adjourn our meeting at 3:28 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.